I am setting up cameras. Where's that? There we go. Local. Okay. What? Okay. Hi, Air. Hi, Smile. Hi, Technorave. Hi, Kodiak. Well, there's the Lateland. You know? As much as you guys harass me about being late when I'm absolutely not late, both Stream Elements and the Uland is Live does say 9:01 this time. So fuck you. Heat jump scare. Kiss jump scare. They're not even jump scares. Harumph. Ikaro still has a butt emote? Good for her. Hi, Ellie. Okay. Hi, Mighty Jackson Gaming. More space stretches. I do really like this map for stretches. Oh. It's not super ideal for, like, my friends coming and joining me. It's not the most difficult thing. It's not like, you know, Twilight Princess, find me in the middle of the world, but... Hi, Wrath. Can't believe there's no exclamation point in the stream title. Unbelievable. Oh, there usually is, isn't there? Huh, anyway. Greetings, Holy Uland. Holy? Holy? Where is that coming from? I am not holy. My brain has an alarm for you, and it gets sad when it has to wait. Well, it didn't have to wait long. Guys, I posted a screenshot of it in the Discord. I spent the last 3 fucking hours just watching trailers and taking notes. And like 2 hours into it, it was like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? I'm not gonna remember half of these games. I'm literally gonna see this trailer on them. And then I'm gonna talk about them on stream and just be like, this game is it was like this or something, I don't know. Go watch the trailer. There were some cool games in there, obviously. I meant to put the ones I was most excited at the top of my list, and I did that with 3 of them, and then I think I forgot to do that with the second half of the list, so... Hi, Matoshiro. We're at this one. You got paid yesterday? Hell yeah. Holy piff. I mean, if you want to get technical, you do have holes. That makes you holy. That's a different kind of holy. Should have just watched them while walking. I thought about it, Lost One. I did think about it. That Wild trailer was cool as fuck. Flagship shown. Well, so here's the thing. Everybody's calling it the flagship, but from the trailer, I didn't recognize it as a flagship. To me, that was like... to me, that wasn't like an announcement that this is the flagship. I kind of expected the flagship to be... Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. I didn't even watch Summer Games Fest. I doubt there's anything interesting to me, Lamau. There was about 50 games shown. So if even one of those wasn't interesting to you, you're weird. There were so many games shown. But didn't one of the dev guy from Capcom telling us flagship is shown or to pay extra attention to one monster? Maybe. I only saw the 2-minute video. I didn't see any of the like stuff around it. I literally only saw the trailer. I didn't see them talking like before or after. I wholly disagree with the assessment that having holes doesn't make you holy. The unholy lack of holes is for less wholesome. Ewan calling me weird. You are weird, Techno. I'm also weird. Every single one of you is weird. I legit had never heard of SGF until yesterday. I think I'd heard of it. I didn't realize until like the last few days how much of a like E3 replacement it was. Like, I'd watched E3 tons of times in the past. And I'd maybe watched Summer Games Festival once. But I think with E3 closing down this or last year, it is like... it is just the new E3. Hi, Lost One. I'm hyped for Metaphor. I think anybody that's into JRPGs is fucking hyped as shit for that one. I'm not weird. I'm the only normal person in here. You watch a virtual femboy walking on your screen? You're weird, true. Stretch out our legs. The EA Skate video was cool, but holy hell, that game's been in development for like 4+ years now. Ugh. I mean, it was funny, but at the same time, it was like they didn't fucking show anything. They showed the comedian, I forget his name, talking in an office for 4 minutes while stuff happened in the background. Which is like, do you have anything to show? Do you have anything to show? Tim Robinson, my motherfucking boy. Hi, Elder. Been like 2 decades since Skate 3. It was a good video. But it was inappropriate in that when you have a video like that at a video game conference, especially for a video game that's been in development hell for 10 goddamn years, it's like, you gotta show us something. You need to show us fucking anything. And what did they do? Not that. Those videos like that are very on brand for Skate. I don't care. To me, it's like, I looked at that video and I was like, I don't give a shit. This has already been like, all hype for this is dead. Reckless is going to be the better one. Was Silksong announced yet? It sure wasn't. Euland, your brain is in development hell? Hi, Foss. Yeah, nice of you to show up. You're right, though. Their NDA for gameplay is too extreme. It's not just their NDA. It's just like, you gotta show something. Like, so, okay, here's the thing. Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation has been in development for like 5 years, and it's probably gonna have like another 3 minimum years of development. And people are okay with this because every month they show a fucking 2-hour video of like what they've been working on in gameplay. Like, they have stuff to show. Every month they're like, here's the new stuff to look forward to. 3 more years. Oh, another month goes by? We made this. We made an entirely new zone. Ain't that cool? And it's like, you just... because they have stuff to show. Hi, Archangel. It's like, we know they're working on stuff. But with Skate, they just like... you know, it's been in development for years, and they're just like... Tim Robinson! It's like, bro, what? I like getting to see new stuff for Power World 2. Yeah. I bet... is that Kairo's emote? It is. I personally prefer to not be shown anything for a new game release. I can understand that line of thinking. However, if you've been in development hell for like God knows how long and everybody's like, hey, is your game coming out? I've lost all hype for it and I don't care anymore. You gotta show stuff. You gotta show stuff. Silksong and Bloodborne on PC. There's enough copium in those two communities to power the world for millennia. Skate 3 at Jason Lee. He's very popular at the time of My Name is Earl. Was he the main guy? I do remember watching a bit of My Name is Earl. That show was funny. Put it into perspective how long it's been since a Skate release. You know, the last game I've been hyped for, I had to wait 6 years for. We got like 3 clips of that game between those 6 years. So, remember when I said you were weird? This is what I'm talking about, Techno Rave. Because the vast majority of people, when you announce a game, it needs to come out within 2 years. And if it doesn't, it either needs to, like, have a shit ton of stuff along the development process, or all hype for it fucking dies. For example, the Riot MMO. I don't know what they're going to do with this. Because they basically said, yeah, we're not happy with it, so we're scrapping it and going to start over. Check back in 5 years. No one cares. No one cares now. Maybe people will care in 5 years. But they have just tainted this release now. And it is just... It's like it's scuttled. I honestly perfectly agree with this. Don't show me anything for a game. Don't even tell me the game is being made. Just release a hype trailer a week before release. A week? That's bad for business. You play Nightmare Kart? Oh my god. See, Smile gets it. Anyone who is hyped for a new Skate game grew up and now has kids and a mortgage. We just started developing Skyrim 6. Holy fuck, Skate 3 was released in 2010. Motherfucker, I started elementary school then. No one gave a fuck when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. It's very rare that a game can get, like, no marketing and do well. Oh, my fucking back hurts. Like, you gotta have marketing. You gotta build hype for it. But you need to, like, gauge well how far out you are going to hype it up. And, like... If you do it for a week early, I guess it depends on the type of game. If it's something like Elden Ring or an MMO, you cannot do it a week out. People are going to take time off for this game, and you need to give them months in advance to coordinate that. World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, when they announce an expansion release date, people literally go to their bosses the next day and they're like, I need these 3 days off. And if World of Warcraft ever was like, hey, actually, we gotta push it back 3 days, people get really fucking mad. If they were like, by the way, this expansion we've been, hinting at, we haven't shown anything, comes out a week from now, I think people would actually be mad at WoW. I mean, people are always mad at WoW, but they'd be mad over this. For me, it depends if they announce it. I don't want to hear stuff about it again until they are getting ready to release. Other than that, time itself doesn't matter to me much. Oh my god, this new Twitch mobile layout fucking sucks. I hate it. I may or not be trolling media and Bunny Steel. Hi, Nixorcy. Thank you for the follow. I'm taking a guess at your name, so tell me if I'm right or not. Even if Skate 4 doesn't surpass 3, I'll still take it over any Tony Hawk game. My brothers did that for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Took time off work. You said it right, don't worry. Hell yeah. Because when I'm hyped for a game, I want to forget about it so time can pass faster. Tony Hawk games are over. Apparently they're developing an MMO. I think Tony Hawk games are over. I have very little confidence in Skate. If you want a skateboard game, I think you want Reckless. We're at Cami Stretch. I can hear doors opening from somebody running around down there. Do you know where the airlock is? It's you go up a flight of stairs, and it'll be on your left. There you go. Hi. Okay, maybe not a week, but the marketing shouldn't really start unless the game is done. And the release is set in stone. Don't tease me and leave me blue-balled. MMOs mentioned leave. Hi, Spacefish. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You want a skateboard game? Download Thug Pro on PC. I still think Tony Hawk is so amusing, being the most unfamous famous person ever. Yeah. You have no faith in Skate? Why? Because the last Skate game that came out was in 2010. And I've heard about Skate 4 for like the past fucking decade. And the trailer they just showed at Summer Games Festival showed fuck all. It was Tim Robinson talking in an office for 4 minutes. Like, what is there to have faith in? They showed nothing. Give me a sec. People still actively play Skate 3? Look, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love for, like, Skate 4 to, like, be amazing and awesome and everything my skateboard friends want. I look at it and I'm just like, this is the worst thing I see in a trailer to video game conference like this. I didn't even know they were making skate games still. Time clock into work. A singular Foss appears on stream. Pat the Foss. Okay. I hope work goes fast. Hi, Cairo. Cairo. Oh my god, Cairo. I don't know if you saw my notes this morning. I'm a fucking idiot for trying to watch them on my own and take notes on them. I should have just watched them on stream. Oh my god. It's gonna pop a blood vessel. It's about to break NDA. I was never a Skate fan. I was a Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 or 2 fan on... Oh god, it would have been the Nintendo 64. They're gonna be hella long. I posted them in the Discord. Go look at the general chat. It is like... That's my notes for today. Nintendo 64? Maybe the GameCube.
You're gonna need a long video.
Yeah. Well, if I don't get through them on the walking, I can just talk about them while we're at the just chatting part, right? Those versions were hilarious. You're a dummy. Here's the thing. I thought it was going to be like the other conference where it was like, oh, they show like 20, maybe 25 games. No big deal. And it was like, I had a fucking scroll bar in my notes. So I'm just like, why? Why is it still going? I still have 20 videos to watch. I only like skating games that are silly, like Tony Hawk game, where you could skate in a wheelchair. No, you're right, Ewan. They had them on the N64 where the soundtrack was absolutely fucked. Hell yeah. I gotta stop stalling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was Underground 2?
Well, there have been a few skating games where you play as an animal, but I don't remember what they were. They were more on the silly side of things.
So the stuff they showed at Summer Games Festival is just promo stuff they've been hyping up the last, like, week. Okay. My fave was American Wasteland. That game was so goofy. 4, 5. If they've actually been showing stuff for Skate 4, if they've been showing like actual gameplay anywhere, good for them. Because I think you cannot just have a game be in development hell that the last game of it came out was 14 years ago and just show an actor in a comedy sketch and be like, we're working on the game, guys. I feel like that just makes people so mad. Goofy Odd BMX mode. As someone that's played the new skate game, I can confirm there's a fuck ton of hype for it. On top of the stuff they're planning and building stuff. Trust me, it is not in dev hell. The game barely hit development, I don't know, a year or 2 ago, if I recall. I see, that sounds about right. Then were they just not working on it? Hi, media. Contributing to the screaming? Yeah, they were not? Okay. 4, They never got the green light? Ugh. Ellie, did you ever play, Jet Set Radio? And I think it's Cyberpunk? I have not. You actually might really like the game Cyberpunk. I've heard good things about it. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, that's it. You should play that game, Ellie. And Ubisoft continues to release shit. Cough cough, Star Wars Outlaws. Hang on, is Outlaws bad? Because that actually looked like one of the better Star Wars games.
Is it even out yet?
I don't think so. BRC fucks. Totally okay. It's Ubisoft. You know there's an airlock, right?
Where is it?
So do you see that glass right in front of us? There's the main door, and then to the left there's the double doors. That takes you right out here.
Wait, where does the exit at? Does it just teleport you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't notice that.
Is there an easy way to play Jet Set Radio, or should I forego it for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? Just play Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and if you really like it, go back and play Jet Set Radio. Jet Set Radio, I don't remember if it's gotten a remaster or not. But Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, that's new. Oh god. Bomb Rush is probably better. Jet Set Radio F is on Steam. Okay.
I lick your eardrums, Yuland.
Ugh, I hate that.
Oh, all the chat's gonna hear that too.
Yep. Has a good modding community. Future isn't on Steam, is it? Is it JSR? 23 minutes. We'll go to 26. Three minutes. Me, an ASMR enthusiast. I'm on my way, Foss. Yeah, I think only the first one is. Still good. What a weird plant you got there. Guy's so weird. Hi, Yuki. Eel in the wooden plank. Yuki. Don't worry about your rank. You can get it all back. Ganbare. You can do it. Don't mind. I can't get it back. You can. You're not trash. All I could think about Yuki was the Caleb City sketch. Oh man, I'm trash. You're not trash. You're exceptional. I mean, at the game, you're a good person. Kick the plant in the sun. Yuki was playing Guilty Gear Strive this morning, and well, the day before they were crushing people. Today, less so. And some close matches, though. There was one where they got down to, like, 1 health, and then they just fucking comboed their opponent for, like, 20 seconds straight, and I was like, oh, they're gonna bring it back. She's gonna bring it all back! And then they fucking chipped her. Hi, Vlad. Walking 325 days. How toned are your glutes now? My legs are shredded. Everything else, less so. Hi, Gail. What does Yuki play on it? ABBA, I think is her name? No, I was just super good. For some reason. Today I'm normal. 50 more seconds.
I've been sitting here for so
So
long, there's
features on
plants
stream.
growing on my hair.
Just the original. I can't reach yet. I gotta just focus on holding this. Ow. 30 more
I'm not
seconds.
blocking your vision, am I?
No.
25. 20. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. I hate
It's
planking.
easier.
It does not. I literally got it to like planking 3 minutes 100 days ago. And it's still like just as hard. I think I have to go past 3 minutes to make 3 minutes easier. And it's just like, fuck, dude.
Go beyond your limit! Go plus ultra! You can do it!
Oh, God.
Mwah.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Looks like Future isn't on Steam, just the original. There's times when you crank that Soldier Boy, and there's times when the Soldier Boy cranks you. Yep, the Key's wife. Everybody look away. Don't look at me. I don't want you to see this. Get out of my fucking face.
Looking at you in the eyes.
What's funny is that my camera is like over you, so it looks like you have a fucking VR visor over your face. Okay. And then there's times you crank your hog. Oh, that's every day, still valid. I somehow got to the 8th floor today. I don't know how, to be honest. Oh my god, the Alan Wake DLC is out. I might dodge walkies. No, Cairo, you're not allowed to. I need you here to talk about the Summer Games Festival, because I feel like you're one of the few other people that actually watched the whole thing. And I can actually ping pong off of with the discussion today. Because I know this one didn't watch it. I don't think this one watched it.
Kinda glanced over it. No.
Jesus, I switched to the other camera and it just was in Foss's head. Oh my god, being held hostage.
Dude, I can see your veins on the back. Wait, you have veins textured on your legs.
Yes. You've literally pointed them out before, Foss.
Have I? I don't know if I have. I don't think I've looked this close at the back of your legs before.
I'm confident that you have.
I wouldn't be surprised if I had. I don't remember it though.
It's lore accurate with how much you watch. Just gotta thicken them some.
Alright. This is Tanaris. Tanaris Desert. I got to the zone and I was like, how the fuck do I record this zone? It's a big fucking sand pit. But there are footprints that go around, so we, for the most part, followed those. You can't tell me to look away.
Where's the camera?
That's
Oh,
when
there
I
it is.
stare. The Barbara Streisand effect. Alan Lake, Finland mentioned, Purkel. Bottom air. You can probably climb higher, Yuki. Oh my god, being held hostage. Yeah. I can pretend that I watched it, that would be fun. No, 2 reasons. I'm not too good, and Slayer. Let me get some food in me first,
Well,
and
I've
Second
heard-
Walkies is over.
I've heard people's reactions to it, and being gamers, it's all doom and gloom to them. It feels like, but maybe that's just what gets the most attention.
I definitely saw some stuff in the Summer Games Festival that I was like, that's actually really cool. There was one game in particular that it was like co-op, roguelike, hack and slash. And those 3 things together, I had never put, like, I'd never thought of those 3 things together, but it was literally like, hey, co-op Dynasty Warriors with roguelike elements. And I literally just went, oh, I want, oh god. And I wishlisted it.
Yeah, I feel like anything that I'm gonna be hyped up for, everyone's gonna say, oh, that's such a boomer game.
There were definitely like 3 or 4 boomer shooters that I was like, oh, Sentinel might like this.
Well, it's not just boomer shooters. I'm also all over anything simulation too.
Mm-hmm. You need to out-pressure Slayers, Yuki, and get them to be more on the defense. And that requires for me to be good. Not really, Yuki. They usually have same mix non-stop. Doom Eternal and Gloom Eternal. Tears is metal. Lost one and recognized it immediately. And Coom Eternal. Okay. Alright. Let's bring up the friggin' literal essay of my notes. Oh, it's formatted. Oh, God. Oh, why is it formatting like this? Oh, I see why. Why is it formatted like this? Okay, there we go. I had it full screened and that actually affects the formatting of it when I open it in VR.
The fuck?
Yeah. Okay. So until Cairo gets here, we'll talk about some of the other non-Summer Games Festival stuff. To start, there's a few national days today. Lamau, I'm still here. No. You're eating. You're not here with us in VR. Today is Jelly-Filled Donuts Day. Yesterday was literally Donuts Day. I guess the day after is Jelly-Filled Donuts Day. Okay. It is Tumor Day. Brain Tumor Day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what?
Apparently somebody decided, hey, brain tumor survivors need a holiday. So, June 8th is Brain Tumor Day.
I guess. I don't know what you said brain tumor. I thought my brain was like, yo, wait, a day for tumors? Why, though? Don't we hate those guys?
You just need to spot their habit and which option they prefer and punish that. I wish I was Finnish, not just because I could make Finnish joke, but because I would have the genetic predisposition to drink, do computer science, be antisocial, and be a cross-dressing femboy, and that sounds kind of fun. Yulin likes to be a filled donut. I like how Air's not even gonna comment on what Smile said. They just got like fucking tagged 4 ways sideways, and they're just like, nope, gonna pretend I didn't read that. My brain is never able to adapt to that so fast. Bro, Scotland hack and slash, I am so down for this game. You can still adapt to those 8th floor and below, Yuki. They mostly keep using the same thing over and over. Elon is cute. Thank you. Fuck you with all my soul, get bend. It is also Drink Chenin Blanc Day. I don't know what Chenin Blanc is. CHENIN space BLANC. I'm guessing this
sounds
is...
like a wine.
Okay. I'm leaving. I was gonna guess that this is like an alcoholic drink. I would not have guessed a wine. See, there's the antisocial aspect. I wish I could do that. Oh god. We love you, Air. How do I know that? I have played Stride. They almost always go for the same exact combo every single time. So Ludwig did his Fast 50 charity a few days ago. It was 50 hours of a bunch of speedruns. They raised $250,000. Good for them, hell yeah. Apparently... Really? Really, dude? Apparently they treated the contestants like fucking kings. So one of the speedrunners that was part of Fast 50. Discord boot? Yeah, that was Bits.
What? Oh, did I do some? Oh, no, okay. So...
That was Bits.
I thought I
oh,
made a
oh,
noise
what
and I
did
was
I do
unmute-
something,
okay.
huh?
No, because you did it like after I just cleared my throat a bit, and I thought I was unmuted still by accident when I did that, and then you were like, "Really, dude? Really?" I was like,
No.
"I'm sorry."
No, Bits threw a snowball at me on Steam. And
Oh.
it did
I
the
see.
bloop because I don't have Steam muted. I really should.
Uh,
What Discord boop? That was a Steam one? I'm mind blanking. Oh yeah, the Fast 50. So one of the speedrunners that was on Fast 50, he's like, guys, so Ludwig's event, they paid for our plane tickets. They also paid for a +1, so my girlfriend got to go. They paid for us to stay at a hotel for 3 days. We got catering for 3 meals for 3 days. Dude, we were royalty. We were living like fucking kings. Ludwig's the GOAT. I love him. And it was just like, hell yeah. You love hearing that, like, one of the content creators that you kind of like is a good dude behind the scenes and, like, treats people well. And it's just like, yes. Yes. Oh, you mean like this? Now with Steam, it's been so long since I got a Steam boot. I've literally gotten, like, Steam notifications from 2 people in my life. No, 3. Well, okay, not my life, but in the last year, 3 people. The first is Bits, who likes throwing snowballs at me over Steam. We literally have, like, just messages between us that's just Bits hitting me with, like, 100 snowballs over the past months. Zuvi will message me on Steam because he's a fucking freak. For whatever reason, he won't use Discord. Even though he has Discord and will also message me there, he just, out of the blue, like, 50% of the time will message me on Steam instead of Discord. Zuvi's a fucking freak.
I want you to know the amount of self-control I just had to not hit enter on me sending you a Discord or a Steam DM. I literally just typed it out, like, make that 4, and I'm just like, no, boss, you're better than this. And I know the amount of self-control I just had to exert is beyond normal human comprehension.
You know what? I'm proud of you, Foss. That is a really healthy mindset to take. Because, like, you're not better than that. But, you know, fake it till you make it. Tell yourself you're better than that, so that eventually you believe that you are and become better than that, right?
See, I was gonna leave it, and then you went on that, and I was like, I can't now. I fucking can't now. You did that to yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Good for you, Foss. Because you're absolutely not better than that. You're trash. I'm proud of you in this moment and no other times. Time to DM you on Steam. No, you aren't, Foss. You aren't better than that. Gale and I are making the same joke. Hell yeah. I should start messaging my Steam buddies with snowballs more often. It would be my kind of annoyance that would get the conversation I crave. The other person who messaged me on Steam, they were like, yo, Rabbit and Steel good? I've had my eye on it. And it's somebody I used to raid WoW with like 10 years ago.
I like to imagine Sen just went to DM you as well, because he went off to the side and took his headset off for a second.
So, there's a sequel to Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. There's already been a sequel announced. It's Suicide Squad, Kill the Game Studio. Warner Brothers is closing Rocksteady. Suicide Squad lost them so much money, $200 million, that they're just like, okay, yeah, this studio is closing, heads gotta roll. This is completely unacceptable. There's no value in having this studio anymore. So if you liked Rocksteady and the games they've made in the past, that sucks. But, yeah, I think this is gonna go down as, like, the biggest fumble of, like, 2024. Certainly in, like, the gaming sphere. Because, wow. I don't know if you guys have looked at some of the numbers for Suicide Squad. Every day they're peaking like 500 players. Which, for a game that spent $200 million in development, that's really bad. Me, when I heard the news, oh no, anyway. I don't even know what, like, Rocksteady has made in the past. It's a game studio that I'm like, oh, I've heard that a lot. But am I just, like, thinking of
Apparently they made
Rockstar?
like some of the Batman Arkham games, I think.
Really?
Which I hear are good.
Mm-hmm.
Has made. Let's see. What games has Rocksteady made? They have a website. It's loading. Oh my god, they have the longest intro to their website ever. Jesus Christ.
Which is why I said I was finished. Sadly, I still crave attention. Me, when I heard the news, oh no,
Yeah,
anyway. Go ahead.
They made the Arkham games: Arkham Knight, Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, Urban Chaos Riot Response, whatever that is, and Arkham VR apparently, which I think is a newly announced thing, isn't it?
There is an Arkham VR game. I don't think it's that though. It's I have it in my notes somewhere in the Summer Games Festival shit. There's so much stuff. But it was like, God, where is it? I'm not finding it right away. I don't think it was called Arkham VR. Like, it doesn't have VR in the title, if I remember correctly. I'm not seeing it in my notes. It got booed at Summer Festival. People were not happy about it, which, I mean... So, I mean, I don't think it's... People were saying, like, oh, this is the state of VR games. And I'm like... I don't think that's that. Yeah, I don't think it's a state of VR games. I think it's that they took a very beloved franchise, an IP, and made it VR exclusive. I feel like...
mean, it's the same thing that when, like, Half-Life Alyx came out, you know?
Yeah.
Like, imagine God of War. The 6th game for God of War is, like, Switch 2 exclusive. People would be fucking mad about that. Not because, like, it's on the Switch 2, but because it's exclusive to a console that people of this IP have not been playing. That's like a Sony, Xbox, PC series, right? Hypixel. So, like, it's bringing it to a console that has typically not had it, that it is now exclusive to, that I think people are mad about. Want to talk about the Multiversus skin that costs $25 to $30? It's just a Jason mask for the base character? Or the fact that they said you being able to buy lice for their little PvE mode was a bug? Dude, Multiversus looks fucking deranged, Yuki. One of the developers for that game was like, Multiversus is like the evolution of gaming. In 5 years, it's gonna be the biggest game. It's going to be the biggest game, and I wholeheartedly believe that. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not even, like, the biggest game in your genre.
Multiversus is so sad, because the beta was infinitely better than the full release game.
Damn.
Yeah, they've went backwards.
It's cool, and, like, I don't want them to fail. But, like, if I think of, like, versus platformer games, I still think Smash Bros. Is the top one. And then there's Multiverses. Then there's Brawlhalla. Then there's like one or two others. But it's like, it's Smash Bros. And then the others right now. Arkham Shadow is the new one? Okay. Hey, Rocksteady, make a Suicide Squad game. Okay, we will make a fun game. No, do not make that. Make a crap game with all the microtransactions, but no one will enjoy that. Then Warner Bros. Went and shut them down after they interfered with what could have been a good game. Maybe it could have been a good game, but like... Arkham VR is the older VR game? Okay. Based, Oki getting on. Meta exclusive, Hoi Hoi Y'all, I woke up late, Hoi Pixel. And beta didn't feel like beta. Now it feels like beta. And Archangel. Rivals of Aether is also pretty big. But Smash is clearly the biggest. Yeah, Smash is like... If you want a versus platformer, Smash is the standard right now. Rivals... I don't know if Rivals of Aether is the same as Rivals 2, but Ludwig's new company announced Rivals 2, and that one looks good. Speaking of Ludwig, okay, we mentioned his Fast 50 stuff. He also sold his company. So he made the company off-brand. And the point of off-brand was, you know, make streamer events. So it made Fast 50. It produced the streamer awards. It produced the chess boxing, I think. Rivals 2 is the sequel of Rivals of Aether? Okay. And Ludwig only made this company a year ago. But Ludwig is now selling the company. But he's not selling it to, like, some other company. He's selling it to the employees. So now it is a worker collective. So instead of having, like, an owner that makes all the decisions, they vote on stuff. Each employee, based on how much they own, has, like, a % say in what the company does. And it also means that, like, no longer does an employee, like, hey, you make this much. Now it's like, the company did crazy fucking well, and they made, you know, 10 million surplus. Well, you get a chunk of that. It just goes to you instead of, like, to the company or owner. Because the employees are the owner. It's a very socialist system for a company. But yeah, cringe democracy. Ludwig has set it up so that the employees working there are going to be very well taken care of. Which is like, hell yeah, good for them. They also... So off-brand is now... Ludwig doesn't own it. Instead, the employees own it. He also announced Off-Brand Games. Off-Brand Games is going to be a video game studio that is going to make their own games, but they're also going to help indie developers publish games. They're going to work with indie developers. But he wanted, like... He wanted a seal of, like, hey, you know this is cool? So I went and found the coolest game developer out there and formed a partnership with them. Do you know who that is, Foss?
Yeah, I saw this already.
Okay. It's Pirate Software. Motherfucking Thor. So Thor and Ludwig have made off-brand games. And, yeah. They're going to make games. Indie developers can go through them and publish their games with them. It is very, I don't know. It's a lot of the, like, just cool people that want to do cool stuff trying to make it easier for people to do stuff. Which is like, hell yeah. So, like, 3 or 4 Ludwig W's in the past week. What else have I got? That's the cool side of people doing cool stuff with companies, right? Here's the bad side. Mercedes has a new subscription model for their cars. if you want faster acceleration, that is behind a $1,200 annual paywall. You have to pay $100 a month for your car to accelerate faster. Otherwise, it's like a fucking putt-putt piece of shit. Don't get Mercedes, guys.
Microtransactions.
Dude, the idea of microtransactions in your cars is fucking wild to me. The worst one I've heard of still is that, like, if you want to use your seat warmers, you have to pay the subscription fee. But $100 a month for faster acceleration? What the fuck? Rivals of Aether is also pretty big, but Smash is clearly the biggest. Rivals 2 is a sequel to Rivals of Aether. Cringe democracy, cringe socialist, cringe humanity. Common Mercedes L. Cringe Mercedes, just stick to F1 Mercedes. I don't know.
And now I feel like the old guy is saying, I'm gonna stick to the old cars. I don't want all that technology in there.
No, I agree. Yeah, same.
I want the technology in there, but if I bought it, I fucking should be able to use it. Don't give me a car that literally has seat warmers in it, but I can't turn them on because I'm not subscribed to you. I bought the goddamn car.
You know what I'd do is I'd buy a car and then I'd hire someone afterwards to back. Oh wow! Sorry, I got a Discord call. It was loud. But I would hire someone to, if I could find someone to fucking basically jailbreak the car. If I
Yeah.
really
There's
liked
gonna
it,
be
you
an
know?
industry for that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like the I'd hire somebody to oh.
Yeah, no, it's because it's borrow time, so
Oh.
the call just started.
Oh,
so I'm
okay.
gotta head out now. But
No, you actually have
yeah,
to
it was
stay
a-
here while playing Borrow.
Oh yeah, I'll make sure not to mute too, so you can hear me screaming at
Yeah,
everyone in borrow.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, I've gotta head out now
Bye.
because I gotta go
Bye.
play borrow. Bye.
Oh Jesus Christ! I forgot I can't jump out here.
You can. You'll
Hello.
just get stuck. I.
Jumping's no problem. You just gotta land.
Cars need to be replaced. I don't think cars need to be replaced. I think there's some things with cars that you just can't replace. There's some things that, like, you're just gonna need cars. And especially in our current infrastructure, there's some things that, like, we gotta have cars.
I would like to do that. I wouldn't walk around here.
I very much like the idea of getting as much really easy to use public transportation as possible. I would love the train system that Japan has. But that is a, like, massive endeavor that would take decades. And
It would
that
take
would be
generations to do.
it would take like 10 to 20 years to set up, and that's if everybody was on board. And the idea of everybody in the US being on board is laughable. This is a car nation. You tell them, hey, we're gonna phase out cars because they're bad, so you have to turn your car in or we'll take it. They're gonna fucking load a shotgun. They're gonna be like,
Oh,
over
yeah.
my dead body. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Nah, they're cooked too. Truly ruined. I was expecting that to do something, Fa. Sounds comforting.
Hi, Bits. Oh, Bits is flicking me off. Never mind. Fuck you, Bits. I couldn't see the emote. It was too small.
I agree. Cars do need to be replaced. Planes was a superior movie anyway.
Was it though?
I mean, Planes is a great movie. Cars is... It sold well. You don't think Planes was good?
I saw it.
I saw on Twitter. It was like the old
haven't
car.
seen
It was
it.
like a parody Twitter account,
Mm-hmm.
and like the account would tweet every day. It was something dumb, and then the other day they just tweeted he's dead,
Oh,
and it had like 500,000 likes, and people were like quote retweeting it.
Jesus.
No, no, not like the actual actor, but like the character, the car was dead.
Oh,
Like,
oh.
It was a weird parody account.
I thought it
not
was
the
like-
actor that played him.
No, I thought
no,
it
it was
the person running the account. Like, this is a loved
No,
one
no.
running of the person running the account. He's dead. He's not gonna do this anymore.
I have to look up because I don't know fucking cars.
I
How do I look up the characters? I just typed cars on my browser.
Cars Lightning.
It's just gotta be characters.
It would take 10 years max to reboot pre-existing American rail infrastructure. 30 to get it to a cutting-edge technological level. That is insane,
cuts.
Pixel. Hi, Jan. You're assuming that everyone's on board with that. That is like, laws don't matter, zoning doesn't matter, permits don't matter. Do we have the technology to rebuild everything? And manpower? Yes, we do. But like,
Oh, here,
the
here
litigation.
in Colorado, it's been a 30-year endeavor, and no progress has been made.
The litigation, the bureaucracy, the like just staunch resistance and protest that would happen, that's gonna like, that would make it realistically take like 50 to 100 years. I'll tell you right now, when I was in Dallas, they were planning a high-speed rail between Dallas and Houston. This was gonna take 6 hours. No, it was gonna take like 30 minutes by train, what is normally a 6-hour drive, which is like fucking awesome. And they were like, if everything goes right, we're gonna build this in 3 years. This was like 7 years ago. Like, it hasn't been built. They've encountered so many problems, so many homeowners and farm owners along the way that are just like, I will never sell my property to you over my dead body. They've just encountered so many problems that like, it's not happening. It's not happening anytime soon.
Oh
And-
yeah, and the
Yeah, I put the
Chicago to
tweet
St.
in
Louis
general
high-speed rail has been a thing for 20 years too. Still no progress on that.
Yeah, it's crazy to me because like, it's only a good thing. The idea of getting between Dallas and Houston in 30 fucking minutes, how is that not like the best thing ever? People should love that. And they're just like, nope, 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 nope. I have seen that tweet, the Dog Hudson one, where it was the original actor died and they were like, he's dead. Which is like, oh god.
I had no idea what to make of it. I know nothing about cars. I saw that on Twitter. I'm like, why the fuck does this have 100 million retweets?
They used a lot of his voice samples for I think the third movie, which he was not alive for. But I think they did it in a somewhat respectful way. I think the movie is like dedicated to this guy or something.
Oh yeah, you can do that respectfully.
Well, I mean, it's if you just say, yeah, they use his voice for the third movie, it's like, well, hang on, because that could get really disrespectful, right? That's like, did he get paid? Did his family get paid? Is it mentioned that you did this? Like, hang on.
Yeah.
Good luck reducing CO2 with full cars, country. Yeah, and apparently CO2 is like, it's being produced at the fastest rate ever in the world right now. And we're like, we gotta slow this down, guys. No, I won't be involved in helping society. I mean, it's sort of like space. Gotta look at a private sector instead. Because the feds suck at what they do. Freight is the current dominant party. I need Yulin's CO2? Okay. I feel like the government could do better. I mean, here's the thing. I will always, always, always trust the government more than a private company. A private company I look at as so money motivated that they will always squeeze out every drop of money that they can from us. So like private healthcare versus governmental healthcare, right? Like, I mean, that's just the context I put it in for everything.
Not a big fan of the government.
There
it is.
I don't like who we have in government, and there's definitely a lot of stuff in the government right now that incentivize shitty people. So like, if I had my way, if I could change one thing about the government, I'd make it so that being a part of like the Senate or the president or vice president is like, you have to give away everything. You have to have no assets going into it. Because what the Senate is right now is people go in, try to pass laws that benefit them, and do a shit ton of insider trading. Like, it fucking sucks how, for most senators, it's a business and not, let's be safeguards and arbiters for the country. That shit sucks. I like the idea of just make it so that they cannot benefit from being a senator at all. But that's a crazy, unhinged opinion, and anytime I voice that, people look at me like I'm fucking insane. Speaking of the government, though, I do have a story about the FBI. They raided a company recently. So, there was this big FBI raid on this company. I'm forgetting the name of the company. I didn't write it down. I talked about it a little while ago. But basically, this company manages software that renters, so like landlords, can sign up for. And this software will like tell them the value of their property and then tell them what price to list it as. And typically will always list it crazy high. It will always raise the price like 20 to 50% of what it's actually worth for renting it. And the reason for this is, even if you're not selling right away, even if you have a lot of just open months, if they raise the prices of everything, then you'd make money overall. And this company has like literally taken over a few cities where it's like they're involved in 80% of the rental properties for an entire city. And this is super illegal. You're not allowed to do price fixing on the housing market like this. And it's finally catching up to them. And I hope the people that made this software spend a lot of time in prison. You will never hear me say this in any other circumstance. But the French had it right when it comes to how to handle governments they don't like. Dude, Smile, I didn't like the French growing up because it was just so easy to make fun of them, right? You learn about them in history and you're like, oh, they're weird. They lose all the wars, Lamau. French sucks. I fucking love the French now. They will protest anything. Retirement age goes from 62 to 64, and the French people are like, fuck you. We are literally dumping trash on politicians' lawns and lighting the streets on fire for months because of this. The French people, they deal with their government, and they get a lot of benefits for it. They have a lot of workers' rights and stuff that, God, I'm very envious of as an American. I have one more story, and then we'll go into Summer Games Festival. So the ex-mayor of Rio, if I remember correctly, this is a city in Mexico. The ex-mayor of Rio joined a Zoom call. Now, he did not know that when you join a Zoom call, it automatically turns your video on. And, he thought he would just be on audio. And then they'd be like, oh, can you turn your video on or something? And he'd be like, oh yeah, I'll do so in like a minute or two. When he joined the Zoom call, he was literally taking a shit. And my god, was the camera at just the worst angle. So the former mayor of Rio joins a Zoom call for like some city consultation. And it's literally him squatting on the john, and you just see everything. You just see fucking everything. And he immediately like pushes the back of his laptop back a little bit so that it pans up and then it cuts off at his stomach. But it's like, were you just fucking cock out taking a shit? Maybe. I mean, one of the French wars we lost for them. I'd have to look at it again, but I remember like somebody telling me in 100 years or in 100 wars, the French have won 2, and one of them was a civil war. Lomao, they suck. And I feel like that's a very I don't want to say biased, but like motivated take to make it look as like little as possible. Like it didn't count some conflicts that they would have won and stuff like that, but that was what I thought of the French grown-up. Now I just think they're cool. Maybe a bit of assholes to tourists, but you know, tourists should have less rights. They deserve to, you know, have people be assholes to them. Okay. Summer Games Festival. The first video I saw...
It took everything in my power. It's Summer Game Fest. There's no S on the games. It fucking broke my brain every time. It's just Summer Game Fest. It's not Summer Games Fest. I kept saying it wrong.
Hang on. It's still festival, right? It's Summer Game Festival?
The title is Summer Game Fest.
Oh, I hate
That's
that.
it. No festival. I know. It's awful. I kept mispronouncing it when I was streaming it yesterday.
I hate that.
I hate it so much. I was like, why is it not fucking games? You're showing more than one. You're not showing just one.
I hate that. You know what's really funny? Coffee Stain Studios. That's one studio. They make one game.
Yeah.
There's Coffee Stain, and then they have a bunch of studios under them. One of which is Coffee Stain Studios, which is just a singular studio. Who named these companies? I hate it.
They also made fucking Goat Simulator 3
Nope.
when there wasn't a second one to make fun of Dead Island 2.
That is not Coffee Stain Studios.
Is that not Coffee Stain?
It is one of the other studios under the main Coffee Stain publisher. But Coffee Stain Studios, all they do is make Satisfactory. It is like Coffee Stain North or Coffee Stain South that makes Goat Simulator. One of them also does Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know why they're so confusing with their names, but you can look
Where
up...
are we? We're in Tanaris. I'm gonna go walk out into the desert and die. Sorry.
But yeah, the one that is Coffee Stain Studios with a fucking plural S is just one studio, and they make Satisfactory. That's it. That's what they did. The French helped us win our independence, and after that they were like, "Can you help us?" And we were like, "Nah, we busy." Dude,
I hate that.
everything about the American Revolution, America was like, "We out here for us, and if you help us, hey, thanks. But this ain't.
Fuck you.
This is a gift, not a favor. Don't expect this
Yeah.
back." Anyway, I'm going to bed. Good night, nerds and nerdettes. Good night, Smile. Thank you for
Good
stopping
night,
by.
Smile.
The big catch. I saw this. I saw,
Oh, the fishing game?
Yeah, well, does it actually have fishing? Because it looks like...
the fishing one.
Yes.
I'm a Kickstarter.
Hell yeah. You're playing as this cute... I don't even know what animal he is. Maybe a cat?
Bunny guy.
You've got a fishing rod. It's an action platformer where you're using the fishing rod to, do a lot of, grappling and hook jumping and stuff like that. The movement looks really cool. It made me think of Sly Cooper. But
That's what I wanted because I saw like the PS1 style.
Mm-hmm. But
Go ahead.
is there fucking fishing in this game? There has to be, right?
No, I don't
There's
think, I
no
don't think so.
way. There's
They haven't
no
shown
way.
fishing, no.
They have to have a fishing minigame. They have to. It will
I
literally.
deadass can go look at all the devlogs over like the past 2 years
Please
on
do.
the Kickstarter. I don't think there's any fishing.
There has to be. It is going to be offensive if there isn't.
I'll open it up right now. Fuck it. We can keep talking while walking.
My
What
notes
a
are
coincidence.
fishing adventure platformer. Not sure if actual fishing.
Did they show it?
At Summer Game Festival, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the first
during
video.
like Day of the Devs?
It was the first video.
Oh, I must have missed it.
After that was The Thing Remastered.
That looked cool.
This was third-person shooter survival horror, creepy as fuck. Original was in 2002. I feel like I remembered the stuff about this, but then after like 3 or 4 survival horror games, I'm like, I don't remember which one is which. Is this the one with the head crabs, where like literally the zombies were like getting infected, or like dead bodies were getting infected and their heads were popping off and had like 4 little crab legs and the head was like blah? Or is that a different one?
I don't know. I remember.
I realized halfway through the videos, I was like, I'm not gonna be able to remember half of these. I'm not gonna be able to just like distinctly remember them from each other.
They've actually, the Big Catch hasn't put out a lot of updates actually. They've only had like 14 Kickstarter updates in like over a year.
Oh, that's still more than
But
one a
you
month.
you like, I know one of the things is like with the fishing rod, you like hook on the guys and then you like surf on dudes in the desert, like Breath of the Wild, like in the sand area style. You do that with dudes.
I saw that in one of the in the video they showed for it, and I was like, this looks cool. And like there was a boss fight where it looked like they were doing like a fishing like quick time event. I just think if they don't have like, hey, chill at this little pond and fish, that it's like you can't do that with a fishing rod game. But yeah, The Thing Remastered. The original came out in 2002. And so they're redoing that. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. So the original Tales of Iron, this was the mouse game where you play as I think it's like uniting the mouse clans or something, like your father's killed and you have to take back your mousy kingdom. This one is going to focus more on like the other cultures and races. And so specifically, the Bat Kingdom has come back from many years of exile or something. And they kill your father. And you need to unify a lot of the weaker races to stand up against the bats. So it'll be like you're going to unify the hedgehogs, the catfish, the owls, the rabbits, and your, rat kingdom. And stand against the encroaching bat hordes. In my notes, they're adding monster hunting, which is basically like they're gonna have big boss battles that are like kind of randomly generated or like gonna have random attributes, and it's like, hey, go do this and get bonuses for your campaign and stuff like that. And that's like one of the big new features of this over the first one. LGBTQ rat berserk? Hell yeah.
Was this at IGN Live or something? Because I do not remember any of the games you're talking about.
So, okay. All of these I was watching these videos from the IGN YouTube. And these were posted
Mm.
14 hours ago, which is the same time as the Summer Games Fest. So I'm thinking maybe, I assume they were part of Summer Games Fest, and maybe they weren't.
Dude, they were not.
Okay. I'm assuming we'll get to a
It's all
game.
good.
We'll get to a game that you'll be like, that one was there. We have now started
They might have
Summer Game
been.
Fest.
They might have been streaming like 30 minutes beforehand or
Ah.
something and showed off some games.
Mm-hmm. The next game was We Never Yield. So this one, I don't know that I've ever seen a game like this. You run right. That's the game. The lore is that you and your brother... Hi, Trogdor. You and your brother were like the princes of a kingdom, and your father and kingdom have been killed and destroyed, and you've been exiled. And you have been running away from their forces, but now you're like running back to your kingdom to like reclaim it or something. I don't know. You've got some magical crown. The evil witch that is now ruling your kingdom wants the crown. She needs it. But it's basically like you run right, and it's quick time events. And so like, let's say a log falls in front of you and it like has a gap under it. You need to like do a fucking slide to go under it. You'll have to jump over stuff. You'll have weapons and attack stuff in your way. It's not quite a rhythm game, but it is just like a race quick time event the entire game. It looks neat. Doesn't look like that big of a game, but it looks neat. After that was Thank Goodness You're Here. Oh god, this fucking thing. So, let me just start by saying this is made by the makers of Untitled Goose Game. It is almost the same fucking chaotic energy in that there's a town and you play a guy that's unlike everyone else, 1 foot tall and has a fucking lemon for a head. Everyone else is a normal human being. You're just a little lemon-headed weirdo, though. And you just go around town helping people. Now, are you actually helping them? I'm not entirely sure on that. It kind of seems like you're making a lot of things worse and they're just thanking you for it anyway. But, like, you're moving through this town. It kind of seems like a puzzle platformer, more so than Goose Game was, but like you have to like do stuff to open pathways to go to the next area and stuff like that. And it is very much the same humor as Untitled Goose Game. It looks really fucking weird. Deck of Souls. This looks like the darkest dungeon genre. Pixel graphics, looks cute. I don't remember anything else about it. This is the first game that I'm like, I don't remember this one. They made a game about me. Stop, Lasso. But every Mega Man free with Nintendo Online service? Yeah, so Trog, they're coming out with 6 games, as I'm sure you saw, for Nintendo Switch Online for June. Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5. And you'll never guess the 6th one. Tonpa. I find it really funny that it's literally 5 Mega Man games and just Tonpa, which is completely unrelated. Mexico 1921. A Deep Slumber. This is a narrative video game about post-revolution Mexico. It kind of seems like you play as an archaeologist that's like kind of trying to record history, while everyone else around him is dealing with like, hey, we've just freed ourselves from a dictatorship in Mexico, but everybody we're electing is like super corrupt and like just as bad, and let's get rid of them too, and like just the absolute chaos of a country that it's just gone through a revolution, right? And then there's just this one archaeologist who's like, guys, we gotta be a little careful with the, like, government buildings that we're breaking down because, like, they've got some, you know, historical significance. And he's like, dude, what the fuck? um, it's a guy who, he has the very important priorities of preserving history. It just seems very out of place to everyone around him. After that was the Crimson Diamond. This game, gonna be honest, looked like it was made in 1989. It was like 8-bit graphics and just, didn't look that pretty. Was that a hyena?
Oh,
It
what
was.
the hell? This is sick.
Which one?
I didn't see this. No. Crystal Diamond.
No, it's like fucking MS-DOS.
It
It's so
is.
sick.
It is a EGA text parser mystery
Oh, yeah.
adventure. Some dude found
yeah,
a giant
EGA.
diamond in a fish. That's the game. Hi, Arid Paragon. A guy finds a giant diamond in a fish, and a town kind of goes crazy over this because they're like, they all kind of see this as potentially their ticket out. So it's shit's going down. People are being shady. People are being sus. And I think you play as like a government worker that's come to investigate, like, is this a legit diamond? Are there more diamonds in the area? What's going on with this? Hi, Roxas. It was looking
Looks
for
like the
booty
original
jams,
King's
so we
Quest.
turned left a little.
Well, not the original, but it looks like it.
I thought it looked kind of ugly, but then Kyra was just like, "Yo, this looks sick," and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, now I feel bad."
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, it's old, but I think like that's kind of cool to like when you emulate an old style like that. Because of course you can make a game look good. They're just putting a lot of effort into making it look like something from a bygone era with its limitations intact.
I really like it when games use an old style, but in like a very modern polish. So, have you seen Sea of Stars?
Yeah.
I
I
need
look
to play
at-
Sea of Stars at some point.
I look at that game and it's like, it's fucking gorgeous. But like, it looks like, those old Game Boy games. It looks like, Golden Sun and stuff. Hi. Oh, we've got a
Yeah.
fucking exercise bike day. Hell yeah. After the Crimson Diamond was Dungeon Crawler. So I actually watched Smug Little Bug play this a little bit. The story starts with this little bunny kid in a gambling ring. And he loses, so they cut off his hand. And his hand gets replaced with, like, a claw. And he's like, I'm gonna get revenge. And so I guess the claw gives him powers to, like, have roguelike elements in an auto-battler. And so, for my notes, it is turn-based... Nope, that's the wrong one. Roguelike Claw Machine Deck Builder. And so it's like, it looks cool. It looks really cute and cool. And Smug was having fun with it. But the roguelike elements come from a claw machine gimmick. After that was Demon School. This looked fucking weird. So basically... I get hit by the tornado here. Bonk. And it sends me through the air, and I was like, how long have I been recording? 15 minutes? I'm not gonna go back for that. Demon School is a turn-based positioning RPG. The fight is a puzzle, and for the most part, it's like your characters can get one shot, so you need to control your positioning to basically not fuck up. You can do damage to stuff, but it's kind of like, the boss has 100 health. Your characters each have 3 health. Most of the boss's attacks do like 3 hearts and just one-shot you anyway. And there's ads that are like trying to like push you off of stuff that one-shot you anyway. But what you need to do is like control your positioning in such a way that the boss is killing his own ads, and the ads are sometimes getting in the way of the boss while you chip away at the boss's health with your own guys. It is an interesting concept. It made me think of XCOM, and I was like, why is this making me think of XCOM? Because it shouldn't be. But because I bring up XCOM and like what everybody's gonna think of is, 99% chance to hit and you miss. But it's not really like that. The reason I'm bringing up XCOM is like you can have such good positioning in XCOM that you never get hit. After Demon School was Witch of Oblivion. So the story of this game is the world was taken over, but a cursed fire witch saves it. It's action adventure. It looks okay. You're kind of just like you have fire attacks. It's not like particularly interesting combat, but the character was cute. Oh, Cairo gone. Don't worry, they'll be back. Had to go get something real quick.
There we go. Oops, sorry. Yeah, no, my
cable was a little tangled.
You didn't see you didn't see anything about Demon School or Witch of Oblivion, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I guess IGN did their own live thing.
I don't know if they did their own live thing or were just posting game trailers.
They might have.
A lot of these were like could have been things that just like, hey, we didn't get into Summer Game Festival, so here you go, IGN.
Yeah. I've been scrolling through Twitter, and a lot of people are saying, look at the price to get a minute trailer in Summer Game Fest. We can't afford that.
I didn't even know there was a price. Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, for first-time indie devs.
Mm-hmm.
Can't really do it.
Wolfhound. What the fuck was Wolfhound? Oh, Wolfhound! Okay. This is a 2D side-scroller run-and-gun. So think like Metal Slug or Contra. Or, platformer in like Castlevania. But you literally just play as an army guy with a gun. You're literally fighting fucking demons from hell like it's Doom, but you're not Doom guy. You're just an army guy with a gun. It looked good. The setting was like World War II. And you crash on this island fortress of Nazis, and like as you go deeper and deeper into their base, you start seeing less Nazis and more demons. It looked good.
Sounds like an 8 game. Like if you combine Wolfenstein and Doom.
Very
Like
much so,
2D.
yes. I would say its gameplay was like very much like Metal Slug, but also like a lot more slowed down than Metal Slug. After that was Demon Spore. This was a top-down horror shooter. Basically, a scientist made a bunch of monsters and they took over his lab and killed all his lab assistants. So it's one of those, like, those top-down shooters where, like, you can see your opponent around the corner and you have to take advantage of the wall and, like, shoot around the wall and then go back real quick before you get shot. It's one of those. But it's almost like an SCP thing where it's like, you have to find bodies and get the security controls to unlock bonuses to your character and unlock doors and stuff. It is, I don't know. It looked good. If it was like $25 or $30, I'd be like, that's not worth it. But if it was like $15, it's like, yeah, that's where it should be priced. Chain Staff. Holy shit, this game. So Chain Staff is also like a Metroid Castlevania game. And the story of this game is that aliens are invading Earth. Well, one soldier in particular. Hi, Global. You're angry? Are you really angry, Global? Or, like, is that your standard state of being? So, like, that's just normal for you. Like, if you're always at that level, can you really say you're angry? Is that icy fire down there? You gotta click the airlock. To go back to... No, turn around. It'll be a door on your left. I don't know if you heard me tell him to turn around. Where? Alright, Icy. Can you hear me? Okay, the room you're going to. there's the double doors. To your left, I just watched him go through the door under me, and he's not appearing in the... I can't with this guy.
He can't hear people in space, though.
Yes, he can.
True.
Private Ryan with a gun, sorry. Basically. So Chainstaff. Hi, Unknown. We're talking about all the Summer Game Festival games. Although, right now we're in the section that was not shown at Summer Game Festival. There you go. So Chainstaff, aliens are invading Earth. And one particular soldier got his head basically scooped off, and then his head and spinal cord were replaced with a centipede alien. Now, the soldier, his brain is like in the centipede or something, and so he retains all of his memories and I guess overpowered the centipede, and so, like, that's just him now. He's just a freak with a centipede for a head. And he basically went back to the army and was like, hey guys, I'm like still alive or something, but I'm weird now. Can you help? And they were like, actually, no. We can't help. But you can, because now you have alien superpowers. Go fight the aliens. And so you're basically their living weapon to counterattack against the alien invasion, because you have all these crazy alien powers now. It's a Metroidvania. It looks good. Military healthcare. It looks interesting. It's, I don't know, of all the like 2D action platformers, it's like middle of the pack. It wasn't like the greatest looking one, but there was definitely worse shown.
Hi, Global.
Global and chat are like actually here.
No, Global is said in chat.
I got worried
Said
for a
hi.
second. Yeah, Global likes you. Which, you know, I'm happy for you. Your injury isn't service related. Hang on a minute. After Chainstaff is Squirrel with a Gun. So Squirrel with a Gun is just Goat Simulator, but you play as a squirrel and you have a gun. But you can unlock different guns. So you can have like a pistol, you can have a revolver, you can have an SMG, you can have a sniper rifle, you can have a rocket launcher, you can have a car.
That's funny.
You can have a lawn chair. Eventually it gets to the point where it's like, these aren't guns, these are just things that you're like fighting people with. It's also like, you're not just like pointing and shooting these guns. There's like full combos. There's like a combo with a sniper rifle where you hit a guy in the chin and then you point the sniper rifle at the ground. This propels you 20 feet in the air. Then you point it at the sky. So you slam down into him with the butt of the sniper rifle and slam his head into the ground. It's like weird Devil May Cry combos like that. That's like, what the fuck is happening? Bear in mind, remember, you are still a squirrel with a gun. I like you too, you jealous tart. We just have a different relationship. Time to get squirrely. Squirrel may cry. Okay, coffee done. I join now. Also, I love the trailer. It is a wild trailer.
They revealed it a while ago. I did not see this new one though. I'll have to watch that.
I think I'd seen something for it before, but yes, there was a new trailer yesterday, which I thought was at Summer Game Festival. After that was Matchbox Driving Adventures. So this is a kart racing game. It is the most unremarkable and uninspired kart racing game I've ever seen. It has power-ups. It has boosts. It just looks so unchaotic.
Wow, it looks awful.
It just looks like nothing. Like, it's not Mario Kart. It's
Let's
not
look
Disney
at it.
Speedstorm. It's just... I don't know. I've never seen a more unremarkable kart racing game. There is Nobody Wants to Die. So, this is very clearly BioShock inspired. But it's an action game uncovering, like, weird shit by the wealthy elite. It's set in New York 2329. And basically a detective had a near-death experience. And he's like, yo, give me weird cases now, chief. Because I almost died, I'm going through a midlife crisis and I need something adventurous. And so the chief is like, okay, go find out what's happening here. He has a big, like, bracelet shackle thing on his wrist that can, like,
That sounds cool.
give him some powers. So, like, literally he holds up his wrist and it, like, injects him and starts, like, doing lights along this strand along his hand. I'm like, that's just
That
BioShock.
just sounds like BioShock.
That's
yeah.
literally just, alright, you wanted more BioShock, cool.
Yes.
Apparently they kind of hint in the lore that the wealthy elite of New York have been creating a serum for immortality that involves sacrificing peasants. And you are going to be uncovering that. That's hinted at. That might not actually be what happens. It's Forza but slower? The next game I saw was Canyons. So Canyons is a zombie horde game. And it's like, what do you need to survive? What do you need to survive a zombie horde? A pistol, and it shows a guy shoot a zombie and kill one, and then he starts reloading, and like a bunch of zombies tackle him and eat him. They're like, that's not good enough. You're gonna need something heavy duty, and so it shows him making a car. And he makes like a big cart with a Gatling gun on top and like spikes on front. And he just starts mowing over zombies. They're like, oh, you've got your trusty car to help you deal with all the zombies now. And then, like, after running over 10 zombies, he kind of crashes into a wall. And this flying scorpion thing picks up his car and throws it into a wall, and he explodes. It's like, wow, even that was enough. You're going to need to bust out the biggest, baddest thing you can make. And it's like a giant sand crawler. So it's going to be a zombie horde survival game that, like, you build stuff up to these, like, massive, like, warship-sized sand crawlers dealing with these giant hordes of zombies. That's a cool concept. I don't know if the gameplay will hold up. It very much looks like you've got this cool idea and you're trying to make it realized, but, like, we don't know anything else about the game or if there's any more to it. But it looks neat. After that, I feel like this or the next game is where Summer Game Fest starts. But after this was Harry Potter Quidditch Champions.
Oh yeah, that came on,
Okay.
and I was like, it's FIFA for your FIFA boyfriend to introduce to your Harry Potter girlfriend.
Yeah.
Together at last. So, wow.
It looked not that good.
Very no.
I mean, so honestly,
That's what I was like. That's what like it's for. It's like I'm like it's for like the casual dating like two people. The girl likes Harry Potter. The guy likes FIFA. It's a match made in heaven.
even
Enjoy this game together.
I don't know if it's the game or it's Quidditch, because somebody pointed out how lame Quidditch was, and I was like, oh, that is kind of lame, isn't it? Because, like, the whole
It's
game
super
of
lame.
Quidditch doesn't matter. I don't understand why a Quidditch team wouldn't just ignore Quidditch. Like, ignore the bludgers. Just have the entire team try and catch the golden snitch. Like, why not do that?
Yeah.
Because that just wins any game, right? So...
It's almost like it was a stupid made up sports throwaway in a fantasy novel that wasn't intended to be a long as fuck series that is now forced to have like rules and logic to it.
Yeah. It's like she wanted Harry just to be like, oh, he's the cool kid that
On a
won the
sports
game.
team.
on a sports team, yay,
Yeah.
but like didn't understand the
And then it
concept
had
of
to become a whole big thing.
yeah, didn't
Yeah.
understand the concept of like how do you balance this when you have this little golden egg that you catch, you win.
I don't know. I don't know how people are still obsessed with Harry Potter, to be honest.
I
I don't get it.
I get it. Hi, QG Rection. English or Spanish? English. It is not dust. Shut up, Elder. Jam underscore Montiwa. Whoever moves first is gay. Well, all three of the people moving are like, okay, don't. Okay, Ellie. I don't know. I understand how people are still into Harry Potter because it was very influential for them growing up, right? Like, especially
Yeah.
trans people. I don't think J.K. Rowling meant to, but she put a lot of trans allegories in Harry Potter that, like, were really impactful and helped a lot of people growing up, especially a lot of trans people.
Mm.
Which is why it's so tragic that she's so anti-trans now. Because, like, she just accidentally did a lot of really cool things back then. And so,
Yeah, fair enough.
it's one of those things that's like, I get it, right? This thing brought you so much joy growing up. It brought you so much comfort. It got a lot of people through hard times. You didn't move first. What do you mean, what do you win? You were in a 3-way tie.
But that's why I don't get it, because like everything that comes out of it nowadays is super mid. Like the Fantastics Beasts series, I watched some of those. Those are super mid. I know Hogwarts Legacy came out, and everyone I knew said it's the most 6 out of 10
Really?
like open world game you could ever play.
I
Oh, like yeah. The only people I heard rave about it were like actual Harry Potter fans, but I had a lot of friends play it like, oh, I want to see what everyone's losing their shit about.
I mean,
And they're
so
like, it is the most like open world 6 out of 10 game. Is basically what they said.
that seems perfectly fine for me, though. Like, for an open world game, yeah, maybe it's not the best on scale. But, like, if you're a Harry Potter fan, it's like a love letter to you, because, like, it's great. It's a lot of things you want. Like, it's an open world game that you want. It's an aesthetic and series that you want. To them, it's a 10 of 10, which, you know, yay for them.
I guess. Because I just remember someone's like, oh, it's awesome. You need to play it. And I looked at it. I'm like, no. That was why I like looked at I looked up gameplay. I was like, oh no.
there was one thing I really liked about it. With the start of the game is like you getting picked up by your teacher, and it's like, hey, we're gonna bring you to school. Have you ever seen a kestrel carriage? And you're like, no, never. What's a kestrel? And you're like, oh, they're invisible horses. You can't see them unless you've seen someone die. Let's hope that doesn't happen anytime soon. And I'm sitting here like, give it a minute. And the game fucking starts. You're in this carriage with your mentor and some other guy who's like, my wife found this like magic thing, but we don't know what it is. And a fucking dragon eats the back half of the carriage. And you see like, it rips the back half of the carriage off of the front half. And you see, like, the bench of the back half in the dragon's mouth, and the guy who just gave you the magic doodad, he's, like, sitting on the bench just like, oh, no! And then the dragon mouth just... Suddenly the kestrels appear, and I'm sitting there like, that's... okay. That's really funny to me. Because they're just
That's
like,
funny.
hopefully you don't see these for some time. The Harry Potter AR games was also very mid. I don't know. Harry Potter is just, like, an aesthetic as a vibe of like a world setting
I'm
that
surprised
people
no one's
want
like
to be in.
capitalized and cheaped on the aesthetic.
They kind of have. I mean, there's so many like magic wizard school settings now. You know, there's Wizard 101, there's Little Witch Academia.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite show.
I love that show. Is it actually your favorite show?
There's what was it called? What's the new one with MASH. What's the one where it's like the guy, he goes to a Harry Potter ass school, but he doesn't know magic, but he's just such a fucking giga chad. He does everything anyway. What's that anime called? It's super
Ultimate
funny. I watched a
Mashal or
couple
something?
episodes
Or
with a friend.
Mashal?
Yeah. Mashal.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's super
Yeah,
funny.
like-
It's like he can't fly on a broom, so what he does is he just like jumps and fucking super fast and super far to make it look as if he was flying.
It's things like that are influenced by Harry Potter, right? Where like we probably wouldn't have that show, or at the very least have that setting, if not for Harry Potter. Also, hi Alex.
Ascension Academy,
Thank
maybe?
you for the follow. Yeah, Ascension Academy, heavily influenced by it.
Mashal mention. Yeah, the opening's a banger, I see.
Hopefully don't. Oh, someone got eaten in front of you. Well, hi Ty. I am looking at this guy walking. Ty has been streaming Destiny for like 12 hours a day. He's one of those. Mashal mentioned. Is that a neither emote? I don't want to pin this message. Oh my god, I can't see the fucking emote. Because it's asking me if I
Eros Pog.
Oh, it's not? Really?
Arrows.
I thought that was neither. I don't think I've heard of Eros. Bing bang bang born. When I think of Ewan the Mashal OP plays, if that's coming from Global, I'm like, oh shit, is that an insult now? Wait a minute. I don't know. I watched friends play Hogwarts Legacy. I will never play it myself. Maybe if it goes on Omega sale and I have a way to like make walking videos with it. But otherwise, it's not a game for me.
Widow.
After that, dang, Global got that 50-50 trust. You're a walking Vidya. Omega Strikers. I trust Global to fuck with me. That's what I trust Global with. I have 100% trust in Global if it involves fucking with me. This I know was shown at Summer Game Fest. Black Myth Wukong.
Oh yeah, very exciting.
This is a game I've seen like news about for like 5 years or something. I feel like
Yeah.
I've just seen
Yeah, it's been a
teasers for
while.
it for a while. And I remember at one point it had some drama. I don't remember what the drama was about, but they were like, remember that this game is made by this type of person. But I think it was just Twitter bullshit.
I think it's just they don't like yada yada China something.
Yeah. It is very Dark Souls-like, but very Demon Fantasy. And not like, oh, you're grounded in like heavy armor and like weight, and you're playing fucking Wukong, the monkey with the growy staff, and you are flipping all over the place and flying all over. It is very much a like anime-esque Dark Souls. But it's got that like that graphic style and like the hard boss fights of Dark Souls. It comes out August 2024. Which is like, holy, it's finally got a release date. Hell yeah. The next game, No More Room in Hell 2. 8
Oh, this
player
looked like fun.
co-op horror mission survival. So zombie hordes, think Left 4 Dead, with up to 8 players.
But it's like an open map.
Or sounds fun.
That's like it's kind of like an extraction game where I think you all get dropped on the same map and you have to escape, which I think would be hella fun if it has proximity voice chat. Just like being in a map, randomly walking around by yourself and your friend like screaming in the distance. I think would be such a fun experience.
Have you ever seen the Key and Peele sketch of I'm the last man in a zombie apocalypse?
No.
So it's a take on the I Am Legend movie, which was Will Smith, last guy in a zombie apocalypse, going through New York to find stuff. But it's one of the Key and Peele guys, and he's like,
Yeah.
"The zombie apocalypse was 3 years ago. There's no one left. I've cleared out many of the zombies, but there's always more. Every day I wonder if it's worth going on. I just hold out hope that someday I'll find somebody who's been as much of a survivor as me, hoping that I'm not alone." And then, like, he hears music. He hears, like, a hip-hop song. He's like, what is that? And he follows it, and he sees a guy that's basically living out of a mall, and this guy is, like, fucking having a party, keeping himself entertained through the zombie apocalypse. So this guy's, like, walking around in spandex. He's got a rainbow afro, and he's playing
That's
music
funny.
and, like, just eating all the candy and shit from a gas station that he stole. Because he's just like, hey, all this stuff's, you know, no one's here to, like, own it anymore, so now it's mine. And anytime he walks by this mannequin, he, like, squeezes his boobs, so he's, like, literally stuffing his face, dancing to music, walks by this mannequin,
That's awesome.
and, like, literally just being just a fucking goofball in the zombie apocalypse.
That'd be me.
And so, you said it'd be funny to, like, hear your friends screaming in terror. I think it'd be funny to be, like, screaming in terror yourself, and then, like, come across your friend who's just like, I'm walking on sunshine, boom!
That's
Whoa!
me. Yeah, that's absolutely me. I like a hot mic stuff in games like that. Oh, hot mic goofy music.
Incredible.
I do that in the we do that in the VR chat game, the one Terrors of Nowhere, where you're like running away from stuff. And it's just like friends playing goofy ass music the whole time. No, I love that. I love co-op horror games because co-op horror games. The second you introduce this tiniest thing like that, like voice chat or whatever, it immediately goes from a horror game to a comedy game. Like Lethal Company.
Yeah.
Lethal Company, at its core, should be a very scary game. Not scary at all. The second you put
Yeah, yeah,
four
not
dickheads
scary
together.
at all. Have we told you about the best clip that came from when I played Lethal Company?
No.
So,
Oh, if only Pixel was here.
he's on his way. He said he was logging in. So we were playing Lethal Company, and we met Quota. We had both teleporters, so we were like, you know, let's just, hey, fuck it, let's go
Inverse?
to an eclipse planet. And so we go to an eclipse planet. There's monsters all over the place. And I like
Yeah.
stuck my head out the door and immediately got eaten by a dog and died. Pixel, he's like, I'm going in, and he like teleports into the structure, right?
He takes the inverse in? Hell yeah.
He has
Yeah.
no items. And the
Yep.
like 6 or 8 other people in the game with us, they're just watching the monitor. They're just watching the camera, watching him, and they know there's like 3 dogs around them, so they're making no sound. They're all perfectly silent. I'm flipping between cameras because I'm dead, right? So I watch
Yeah.
Pixel. He finds a lamp, and he's walking through the facility with just this lamp. I flip to, you know, the 7 other people at base, and they're literally just all crouched down, hiding behind a cabinet, literally all looking at the camera screen. And then I go back to Pixel,
Yeah.
and he's just like, and I'm in too deep, and I'm in too deep, oh god, I'm in too... What the fuck
Yeah.
was that? Oh god, I heard something over there. Fuck me, I'm in too deep. And like, he keeps singing, I'm in too deep, but like he's so scared, he can't think of the other lyrics. So he's just
Awesome.
he's just saying, I'm in too deep. And he gets to a point where there's a spring coil or trap or whatever that's like coming at him.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's just
you're
like,
dead.
dong, dong, dong. And he's staring at it just going, and I'm in too deep. And like, the camera is in such a way that we see a thumper spider just crawling down the wall behind him and grab him. And it's like, it was so fucking funny.
That's
it was,
good.
he lasted 3 minutes. He lasted a whole 3 minutes with just monsters everywhere around him and like just singing I'm in too deep. And I'm just sitting there just like, wow, he's having a really bad time. And then he fucking dies.
Oh no, I love that game. I love games like that.
It was great. That being said, you know what's more terrifying? When it suddenly becomes quiet. Yeah. And I'm in too deep. That's hilarious. It was incredible. Batman, Arkham Shadow. So
Oh God. No gameplay.
we have seen
Trailer
gameplay
only.
before.
Oh, whatever.
It's such a tragic thing though, because like it is a cool concept. It's just like, you know, they have this game, they're like, hey, you know what'll boost sales of this? Taking a character like Batman. But like with what's going on with the Arkham series right now with Rocksteady, and it's like, hey, all these Arkham games that you like, will go get a quest to play them. It's just gonna piss a lot of people off. And so it's like I feel like
fair enough.
even if this is a good game, it's just coming out with tragic circumstances.
I mean, the other thing is, like, a fucking Quest 2 is like $99 right now.
Is it really?
If you yes,
Oh.
a Quest 2 is like $99 right now at some places. Yeah, because the Meta Quest 3, it goes on sale. Like the Quest 2, over the past couple months, it was like 200, then 150, and then a lot of places now, I think you can get it for like $100. Like unironically.
Have you ever did the teleport to inverse teleport prank on someone? I have only played Lethal Company like 3
I've done
times.
I've done that. It's awesome.
I basically said, I'll play Lethal Company if you guys throw $250 at me.
So
And then they threw
You basically-
$250 at me.
So the inverse, so basically you stack 2 teleporters.
Mm-hmm.
So you bring someone back out of the facility, so they drop all their fucking items, but at the same time you also hit the inverse button, so it's basically frame perfect where they get teleported back to the ship and then they get shit back into the facility without their items.
That's fucking messed up. I would probably quit over that. I'd probably be like, alright, we're done.
It's super funny.
Batman
Oh,
Arkham
yeah,
Pog.
no.
It's
The-
MetaQuest exclusive, I
when I-
sleep.
Oh yeah,
It's,
yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. Lethal Company was fun. I was scared shitless playing it. I was struggling.
Oh.
The worst point was High Star. The worst point was I was with a friend. Ellie?
Oh, they started flying on
Oh,
accident.
whoops. Oh, goodness.
Um,
Oh, my God.
There they go.
uh,
You have to point back down with your controller, like you're swimming, and move forward while looking down. There you go.
yeah, it'll be rough to go like straight down, just like, yeah. Once you hit
just
the
land
ground,
and
you get
scoot back.
magnetic shoes. The worst thing that happened to me in Lethal Company was I found a lamp, and I was playing with my friend Koyo. He found a lamp. And I didn't know the way back, so I was just following him, and he goes out a fire exit, and he's like, oh shit, we're in like a snow level, and he's like, I don't really know this fire exit, but we could probably make it back. It was also like really late, so it's like we didn't really have time to go back through the whole facility. And I was like, okay. And then our friend Zooey starts walking toward us. And I'm like, oh, it's Zuby. Hey, Zuby. And Koyo goes, oh, shit, he's got a mask on. I was like, is that bad? And it was like, it means it's not Zuby. And so Koyo puts his lamp down. He takes out his shovel, and he's like, get behind me, Euland. I'll handle this. I'll protect you. And I'll get us back to the ship.
Since they put the mask in, it looks so funny.
And I
would
was-
totally put it on purpose.
I was like, okay, Koyo, I believe in you. And Koyo just walks up to Zuby and just goes, bonk. And then Zuby just goes, and just fucking eats Koyo and kills him right there. And it was just like, I immediately just like turned around and started running. And then I had 2 fucking masked zombies chasing me.
That's awesome.
And then it got dark, and I had no way of knowing where the ship was, and I was just running until eventually I got boxed in and like 4 fucking zombies killed me. It was awful. Not to get political,
That's awesome.
but what the fuck is a kilometer? Rocks 2/3 of a mile in it, lore accurate. I just remember being like, oh God, it's not Zuby? Don't worry, Euland. I'll protect us. Stay behind me. My hero! And he's fucking dead. Oh God, oh no.
Andy's dead. That's the most base thing in like a horror game with friends like that. Okay, I gotta go run. I think my laundry's done. One sec.
Okay.
I gotta get my laundry too. No, I'm kidding. I could, but I won't. I'm gonna chill. What?
What was the point of that joke?
I don't know.
I love you. I love you.
All right, I love you too. Is my bike loud in the mic? I bet it is.
I don't hear it
I
at
don't
all. It
hear
does
it.
sound like there's a little bit of static, so maybe that's the bike, but like, it's not noticeable at all.
Oh, well, that's cool. I got like 2 fans and my bike going, so I figured it would be like a disaster. But maybe it's filtering it somehow.
It's probably the fans that we hear then, but even then, it just sounds like a little bit of static.
Oh, I'm gonna still
Goofball
stay
moments?
muted anyway.
I don't want to talk about the next game without Cairo, but Star Wars Outlaws. They showed this. I think we've seen stuff from it before. This is just another trailer. Open world adventure. You play as a smuggler. Vote skip. I don't know. For a Star Wars game, I'm like, this doesn't look too bad. It looks like it's going to be very similar to like Jedi Survivor, where it's like very disconnected for the most part from the main story. I think it's set between
Okay.
Return of the Jedi and Revenge of the Sith. I don't know. It looks like you play as some smuggler girl, and she seems okay. It's more Star Wars setting, which a lot of people want. I want more Star Wars setting. I just don't want more Star Wars movies characters. Fucking let them have a break. Let them rest. Go make other cool characters and stories. Stop giving me Darth Vader shit.
Mm-mm.
The next game was Neva. I don't know. Did you see this one?
Oh, this game looks super cute.
Yeah.
No. I was excited for this one. I thought it looked super cute.
My notes are really funny for this. Run right, inside out puzzle game, but cute in nature. Oh, I lied. Not always cute. They're shadow demons.
Yeah, it was like it's so yeah, absolutely.
For anybody that remembers Inside Out, this was a game where you play as a boy in a red shirt in a very like dimly lit world. It starts off simple with like you're in a forest. You basically, it's a 2D side scroller puzzle game, and there's no combat. Most combat is like you get caught, you die. But the story gets kind of wilder and wilder. There's like pigs that are infested with these worms that drive them crazy. There's like you put on a helmet and it controls people. Eventually you get to like this facility that is a whole fucking adventure to get there. The game itself is like a 4-hour game. But the story it tells, without like a single word of dialogue, is really, really good. And I saw Neva and I was like, oh, I immediately think of Inside Out. But in this game there is combat. You play as this girl who has this like little white wolf with her at first. And as you go through like points in the game, the wolf is like aging to, by the end, it's like this giant fucking wolf that's like the size of a horse. And it has like elk antlers. And it's like not just wolf, it's like spirit wolf that's like phasing in and out of reality as a shadow, eating your opponents as you fight them. But it's also like, you know, puzzle adventure.
Mm-hmm.
You're fighting these like crazy shadow demons that look real goopy. It looks very cool. There's a few people. This is one of the games that I immediately sent to Core. I was like, there's no way you don't play this. Here you go. Is Neva made by the people who made Journey? I don't know. The Doge was
I
given
don't
a
remember
pitch
who the
in
dev
10.
was.
I should have written down the dev of each game. I didn't think about that till I was like 40 fucking games in. Space Marine 2. This was the exact same trailer we saw from a week ago. Okay. I don't know why you paid that much money for a summer game festival trailer when
I don't know, they're Warhammer. I mean, it's, you know, they have $1 zillion.
True. Hi, Baldir. Damn, this here be a view, so much cute. Street Fighter 6. They showed
Oh,
the
this is
year
hype.
2 characters. God, I know. They showed Terry. They showed Mai. They showed Elena. Elena? I don't know how to say her name.
Elena.
Elena. And then he showed motherfucking M. Bison, baby. So, like, yeah. Those are... Definitely Bison and Mai are going to be, like, people are going to be fucking excited for those. But, like, nobody's scoffing at Terry or Elena. Like, those are also really cool characters that people like. So, like...
Oh no, because Elena hasn't been in since Street Fighter 4, but she was like a beloved Third Strike character. Mai and Terry, just like, fucking SNK reps in my Street Fighter, hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
And then Bison, it just feels like weird that he wasn't in the game, right? It's like, oh shit, I guess he wasn't, because he's like a main villain.
He died. And they brought him back again.
We'll see how the lore for that goes. Mecha Break. I don't think they... No,
This
they
looked
did.
cool.
They did. I was gonna say I don't think they showed gameplay at all, but they did. It looks like the gameplay is
Oh, they did.
Armored Core.
It looks like Armored Core, like crossed over with Daemon X Machina a little bit. It looked cool.
It looks cool. It looks like they're gonna
I
have a
honestly
big
thought
focus
it-
on like
I thought it
customizing
was
the
a
mechs.
Yeah, I thought it was a second Daemon X Machina after like on the style. I'm like, oh, are they like copying Armored Core 6 now, kind of in a way? And it's like, no, it's just a totally new game, which is kind of cool that AC6 has kind of paved the way for mech games to come back.
Yes. Oh my god, that was...
Because mech games for the longest time have just been fucking like you get like licensed Gundam games, and that was like about it.
And like even
There
when
were
you
no
get
really
them,
mecha games.
they don't stick around. Gundam had that hero shooter that has already been closed, which is like, what? You didn't even let it
Yeah.
cook. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Budokai Tenkaichi
yeah, new
series.
Tenkaichi.
So
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
I am very critical of the Dragon Ball series. I have been told the combat and gameplay of these games is good. Great. But when it comes to like the Dragon Ball story, I'm just a
It's just
hater.
Dragon Ball again. I literally made a joke when I was streaming. I'm like, oh, where's Raditz? So you get to kill him again. And then like literally like 2 seconds afterwards, Raditz popped up on the screen. I was like, yeah.
I don't like in Dragon Ball that it's like the intention was Goku wins the world tournament. Oh, it's doing well. Let's a big alien comes to the world tournament and he has to beat him to save the world. Oh, people still like this? More aliens come to Earth and Goku has to stop them. Oh, people still like this? Shit, there's a big bad alien and we're gonna go to space and stop him. People don't like it anymore, right? Fucking, now there's androids. We're done now, right? No, now there's a biological android that eats the other androids. It just, at a certain point, it just like,
I can't believe you're trying to act like you're downplaying the Cell Saga so amazingly hard. I didn't know you could try to make one of like the hypest childhood things for people sound uninteresting.
Look.
But you're really doing work.
Cell is a great villain. Cell is incredible. The overall story and like lore of like just Dragon Ball and including the Cell Saga, fucking butts. It's just lame.
That's not what you're there for.
You're there
You're there
so
for
that
your-
Goku
you're
can
there for your
scream for
male power
3
fantasy.
episodes.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
you can look at a picture of a landscape and hear punching sounds while seeing like wind lines move in a certain spot over here and then move over here and then move over here, and then you can see the 2 characters standing next to each other, but they don't have arms because they're punching each other that fast that you can't see the arms. And then you're looking for like the fucking seizure warning as they do key attacks
Chat,
and
he
just
doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, chat. He's not a shonen guy.
I very much am. I just think you can do it a lot better than Dragon Ball. I think Dragon Ball is just mid AF.
Ugh.
And you know what? I don't think Cell is
Have
even
you heard
like
of this small hit indie gem, Jujutsu Kaisen? They killed their character.
they have some good moments.
No, I was waiting for you to just say like it's something like exactly the fucking same as Dragon Ball, because that's what it always is with a lot of shonen fans. They're like, this thing sucks, but this thing is awesome. And
Oh,
it's
no,
the fucking, like,
I'm leading
same
into that.
thing, but like in a different setting.
I'm leading into that, don't you worry. Hi, Master Panda Lord. If you want an
I do.
evil green monster with a spike tail that's taking over the world, you've got Meruem, King of the Ants, and then you've got Meruem, King of the Ants at home, Cell. That's my take on that. Did you ever watch Hunter x Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
No, I'm a big fan of his work, more so Yu Yu Hakusho than Hunter x Hunter.
I always forget which came out first, Cell or Meruem. But like, God,
Oh, I don't know.
I love Meruem so much. But Dragon Ball is mid AF. Alright, I'm going back to bed.
DPC was mid, Kyra. It's okay if you like it. I actually like Arale-chan better. I like Dr. Slump, his series before Dragon Ball, more. It's
Honestly?
just a 4-coma comedy.
I would say that one
have the
is
whole
better.
thing.
And
I also like original Dragon Ball a lot more than DPC because it's a lot more like slapstick, like comedy focused, which I think is like where a lot of his writing was really good.
I also
It's
like,
just like Dragon Ball got really popular.
yeah, it just got popular and he just kept making more of it because why would you stomp the
And
cash
a lot of
cow?
the stuff is good. Like the hype moments are good because like if you read it, it's definitely a lot better paced.
Okay.
It's just like the fucking anime made so much money that you know what I mean. They draw that kind of shit out. At the end of the day, it's not his fault. It's not necessarily bad writing on his end. You know, if you read it, you know he charges his shit and he kills the guy, and that's like 3, 4, maybe 5 pages. When you watch it, you're sitting there watching that happen for 20 fucking minutes. So of course it's gonna be like unbearable to watch.
My come to Jesus moment was I was like 12 years old. Maybe younger. I might have been like 9 or 10. Me and my friend were watching the new episode. And it's Goku. He's just gotten out of the pod on Namek. He's healed up. Or no, not Goku. It's Frieza. Frieza's gotten out of the pod and he's powered up. Goku is in the pod. Goku is still healing. And Frieza's powering up, or Vegeta's powering up. And Frieza is like, you were weak before, you're gonna be weak now. And Vegeta powers up, and the second half of the episode is Frieza being like, how did he power up this much? He's actually a threat now. What is happening? What are these Saiyans? And like, that was the episode. It was Vegeta yelling and powering up for 24 minutes. And me and my friend were just like, oh dude, Vegeta's gonna whoop his ass. Vegeta's gonna go hard. Vegeta's gonna save the
Vegeta
day.
jobs.
Like,
Vegeta, little did you know, Vegeta's the biggest jobber in anime history.
we didn't have any sense of storytelling. We're not thinking like, oh, Vegeta's gonna get this turned around on him and Goku's the main fucking character. We thought Vegeta was actually gonna do it. And so like, we're just dumb. We're getting babysat by my friend's older sister. And she's like, they're just yelling. We're like, what? No, he's powering up. So screaming is him powering up? Well, yeah, he has to charge his energy. Okay.
Oh, Icy said Shaman King. Shaman King was also based as fuck.
Shaman King was great. At the end of the
The
episode,
dub was really funny.
At the end of the episode, not a single punch had been thrown. It was literally Vegeta powering up the whole episode. It was one of the worst episodes like it just needed to be cut. And in the remaster version of it, this episode would not exist.
Oh, Kai.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure Kai is a lot better, but like, I have no, I know the story. I'm not gonna go back and rewatch all of Kai. I'm gonna go look up. Oh, Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2 for the first time on YouTube. That's what I'm looking up. You know what I mean?
Like,
and that's what a lot of Dragon Ball fans
I'm
are
not
looking
really
up.
like
They look up shit
focusing
like
on
that.
Kai. Why I'm bringing this up is because like this episode ended, and we're like, damn, I can't wait for next episode. And my friend's sister goes, "That was it? You said he was powering up. He didn't do anything. He just yelled for 24 minutes and didn't do anything." And we're just like, no, it's cool. Like, he needed to power up. And she's like, "That was stupid is what it was. You guys wasted your time. I wasted my time." And that moment I was like, oh, maybe this isn't as cool as I thought it was. And like, I still liked Dragon Ball after that. I watched all the way through the Cell Saga, and I fell off with GT. But like...
Oh, no, that's fair.
But like, looking back at it...
Valid.
Looking back at it, I'm like, I feel like a lot of this I liked just because I was a kid and like had such a narrow scope of anime. Like, I liked it because I had Toonami. And those were the animes
it's very
I had.
consumable.
Yeah.
It's very easily consumable. Like, who isn't gonna like just dudes being dudes, beating the shit out of each other, cool powers, at the end of the day. It didn't take a lot to understand. This isn't your overly complicated anime where you drop in and they're explaining their powers and you need like compounded knowledge from a million things. No. It's just a dude in a fucking orange key just punching the shit out of another dude. And at the end of the day, that's cool, you know what I mean?
God, like...
It's
to put myself in the
enjoyable
setting
its
of Dragon
simplicity.
Ball, I would be so mad at Goku. I'd be like, what do you mean you're letting him power up to his strongest form so that's more meaningful when you beat him? Bro, the universe is at stake. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You would like, Elin, there's a spin-off Dragon Ball manga that is official, where it's a guy gets isekai'd into the Dragon Ball world, but he is Yamcha. But because he has knowledge of like the entire Dragon Ball series, he just goes and becomes the most overpowered guy in the entire series.
That's funny.
And that's like the whole story where he just becomes Yamcha. He just becomes the strongest fucking guy ever. It's super funny. It's very gimmicky, like all isekai and things of that nature are. But it's like a goofy thing. It's like a stroke you off for your Dragon Ball knowledge kind of thing. Where you're like, yeah, this is smart. I would have done this if I was in the Dragon. You get people like that.
Yeah.
Oh, if I was in Dragon Ball, I would have done this. Why didn't Goku just sit in the hyperbolic time chamber for 20 years so he could have beaten so-and-so? You know what I mean? You get shit like that all the time. Okay, we're going on a Dragon Ball tangent.
Yeah, I need to catch up. I like Shaman
Where
King.
were we?
Just have no one to watch it with. I remember watching Shaman King either on Toonami or Adult Swim. I don't remember where I watched it, but I have seen a few episodes.
It was on Toonami.
Okay, it was fucking good is what it was.
It had a fucking goofy ass dub in English, and it had a remake recently, a couple years ago, which is good.
OG Dragon Ball I like more too. Same OG Dragon Ball was the peak. I knew your base. If it was buying it would be one page. A fellow fan, maybe. Sorry for troubling you. GT is the standard by which I measure how bad something is. You'll need to understand. It will tell a better story for the history books. Oh my god. Once human. We've already seen a lot of this. We've literally, like, people have been playing this in early access. This is the SCP crafting survival that Full really likes. But it got a release date. July 9th. So yay. It's got that going for it.
Yeah, it looked neat.
Here's a big one. Here's a real big one. Metaphor ReFantasio.
Oh, I'm very excited for Metaphor.
JRPG from the makers of Persona. Medieval Royal Tournament. It looks really good. It looks really pretty. God, it just looks
They're
good.
like pulling out their big budget for this one. And like just the fact that they're there at Summer Game Fest, like, is just proof that they're putting money into this thing. So I'm hoping it'll be good.
Um,
You know, I'm gonna dread the day where the inevitable 2 to 3 years from now, ReFantazio, perfect edition, and I have to buy and play the game all over again. That will happen because it's Atlas, and that's just how it goes. But you know, that's not always a bad thing.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Rita's Rewind.
I was
Totally like taken aback. I'm like, this looks like shit because they're just showing an animated trailer,
and then they showed the gameplay, and it was like all like mode 7 like arcade style stuff where like you were shooting at stuff in the background. I was like, oh shit, never mind, it looks fucking cool. And my buddy's like, we're playing this, so
Hell yeah.
I'll probably play that one. It looked cool.
It's an arcade
I don't know why they shoved the ugliest animated trailer I've ever seen before like the cool gameplay.
Yeah. There was a lot of like arcade beat 'em ups. This one was on the better end of the ones shown. Mortal Kombat 1, Homelander vs. Omni-Man. I guess Homelander is being added to Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it was just a 2-minute fight between them. It showed them taking turns beating the shit out of each other and throwing each other in the ground. It showed them do their like finishers where Homelander put Omni-Man into the nose of a jet and then into the plane engine, and then Omni-Man held Homelander into the train. References to their shows.
It's neat.
It's neat, yeah.
You're into it. You're into it.
Lego Horizon Adventures. Is this just...
Yeah, this is the first thing they showed.
Okay, is this...
Which looked cool.
Is this just the whole Horizon Zero Dawn game, but just Lego? Like...
I don't know. Because when I saw it initially, I saw Aloy, I'm like, oh, they're doing like a PlayStation All-Stars Lego game. And then it was just her the whole time. I'm like, oh shit, no, it's just a Horizon Zero Dawn Lego game. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
But Lego games are always good. Lego games will never not be good. Like Lego games are like mid at worst.
Yeah.
Like they're like a 6.5, 7 out of 10 at worst. So if you're a Horizon fan,
they are
probably gonna
literally
love it.
just chill co-op stuff that's so fun.
I just had the most perverse thought. Fucking The Last of Us Lego.
Last of Us Lego. Oh boy, I love the immediate child death in my Lego game pencil. Wow.
Could you imagine? Just like a girl being like, "Daddy, help me!" And then the Lego brick sound.
just a Lego shot.
And then she just breaks into a bunch of pieces.
Oh god.
No.
Unknown 9 Awakening.
That'd be so funny.
So this is like the first of
I know.
3 games that have 9 in the title. Unknown 9 Awakening was an action adventure of a girl who can do spirit stuff. So like body swap, and it looks like there's 9 gods. And some guy named Vincent is like, I'm gonna kill the gods, and you're like the sage or priest of a temple or something that's like, I'm gonna stick up for the gods and save them. And you have this like weird spirit power that like lets you go into the spirit realm, or literally just Mario Odyssey possess people and do stuff as them. It's like, it looks cool.
It looks super uninteresting to me.
Really?
Sorry.
No,
It
it's...
looked like, I was like, oh boy, Forspoken 2, finally
Yeah.
here at last. Is it like, because it was like that kind of art style. It's like that realistic / kind of, they're going for some kind of edgy magic thing going on. I don't know.
I looked at this as like,
Not my
I have
kinda
no
thing.
interest of playing it myself. But I'm hoping at least somebody I follow on Twitch is gonna play it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being fucking incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if like people absolutely love this and it's really good. But I don't expect it to. I don't expect it to suck ass. I don't expect it to like be a complete flop. It looks like if you like Uncharted or Tomb Raider, you'd like this game.
Yeah.
Delta Force Hawk Ops.
This is fucking wild
Yeah.
that
So-
a new Delta Force game is coming out.
Yeah. What I wrote down, and I'm not even sure how accurate this was. I might have been getting tired of watching all these trailers at this point. Mission-based military shooter? Is that right?
Yeah, so basically, like, Delta Force is like an old, like, 2003, something like that, like early 2000s, just like PC shooter. See, it seems like, I assume, if you play this, you're gonna get your old style, like, Call of Duty campaign-esque fun out of it. None of this fucking stupid, super actiony, you're hanging upside down from a helicopter shooting at sports cars kind of shit. Like a good old-fashioned, you know, romp through a city, you know, we're here to take out so-and-so, you know, that sort of thing. Nothing like super crazy actiony. So, I mean, I think that's something that, like, people enjoy. I enjoy that sort of thing.
Hi, Reaper. Thank you for the follow.
I enjoy, like, shooter campaigns. They don't need to be, like, super duper linear.
Yeah. Sorry
And,
if
like,
I'm
their
quiet.
action
I'm making
storytelling.
pics on tortillas. Hell yeah, Roxas. Don't worry about
Hell
it.
yeah.
You don't. If you ever just want to lurk, hell yeah. Don't.
I don't know. Might be cool. Probably not gonna touch it. One of my friends is probably gonna play it because he's like, "Oh, I love the first one when I was a kid." So probably get some reference for that.
Never apologize to streamers. They are there for you to dance and entertain you, and when you're done with them, you throw them away like the e-girl trash in VR chat that you meet at the rave club. You fuck them and then you block them. You take what you need and you never say sorry to them. You throw them in a ditch when you're done with them. And if you like them, you stick around and say hi. I mean, there are nice views while I
Hi.
lurk. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to say, where is this guy taking pics on tortillas or something? Delta Force from 1993. Yeah, I played that game, Lamau. I've never heard of Delta Force until
Yeah,
yesterday.
they're old.
I feel like I've heard of it, but like I don't remember.
It's
it.
old.
It's not a game I like
They're old.
paid attention to. It's after Black Hawk Down. Ah, so I can die to campers again. Nice. I've been trying to yeet you. After Delta Force was Battle Aces. Cool fucking trailer. Really cool trailer.
Yeah, no
What the fuck is
fucking
the game?
gameplay until like the very end.
Like, yeah.
I think it's an RTS they showed afterwards. I don't think it's
Alright.
in the trailer though.
So, thank you, Anon, for the gift sub to VR chat. The same Anon gifted a sub to VR chat yesterday. So I'm wondering if Cairo will be able to suss that out.
I know, I was trying to suss out because someone in my chat was giving stuff away anonymously, and then they gave one to Low Fam. I'm like, okay, all right, motherfucker, you're giving me clues here. You're narrowing it down.
My
I'll
lips are
figure
sealed.
it out. Do you know who it is?
Oh, I know exactly who it is.
Oh, what the fuck?
Of course I know who it is, but I'm not gonna rat them out.
Oh,
I want them to have their fun.
thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Rat. I love you. Yeah, there was like RuneScape, so Valorant came on, which I assume we'll bring up. Valorant came on, and I literally like was like, okay, guys, I'm going to sleep, and I walked across my room and I laid down on the floor away from the screen.
It was really funny, actually. Do I know who it is? You 100% know who it is, Bits.
And so they gifted a sub to Valorant. You will never see Valorant gameplay from me. Well, because my friend was like, yo, do you want to play Valorant? I'm like, isn't that the game with like the anti-cheat that was bricking people's PCs a little bit ago? And they were like, what? And then I linked them an article to like the League of Legends anti-cheat, like bricking people's PCs. They're like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah. I don't think it's particularly bad. You know, that's a very unfortunate thing. That's like that shouldn't happen. But I assume it's not doing that anymore. But like,
Oh, no, they fixed it.
Yeah.
But they also like tried to cover it up. They're like, this isn't a thing. This isn't happening.
Yeah.
Pushing hot fixes, like shoving it under the fucking door.
did a hotfix that moved this bush to the left. Did a hotfix cleaning up the hitbox on this. Did a
Yeah.
hotfix, fixing the bricking your PCs with our anti-cheat. But focus on, this window is 2 feet to the left.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will throw pizza sauce
It's
on
just-
you. Cairo
Game's
also
just a
got
hero
gift
shooter.
to RuneScape. Do I know who it is? Sounds
yeah,
like
RuneScape
Elin.
too.
How hot? I know too. Oh, then yeah, I know exactly who it is. Yes. Oh my god.
Tonight what the
Also, I just noticed my comment. I put pizza and it put pics instead of I'm on phone. That's really funny, Roxas. Gifted a sub to Knife. So here's something really funny. The gift sub to VR chat increased the incline to 1. I pressed the 1% incline, and it didn't move. I didn't reset my incline from the other day. So I don't know for how fucking long, but I've just been walking at 1% incline. We're at 2%
That's
now.
funny.
Thank you again, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Fuck you. You're not gonna tell me.
Battle Aces. Cool trailer. What the fuck is the game? RTS seems hero-based. There's an RTS game that I don't think was shown at SGF, but I saw it a couple days ago, and I'm like, fucking, I want to become an RTS player now. It was the Stormgate. That would look so cool to me. And I don't know why.
RTSs seem like they're coming back, which is kind of cool. It's a cool genre to come back.
Oh my god.
Year of the RTS.
Whoa, wait. Whoa, hang on. Hang on. An anonymous gifter gifted 12 months of Tier 1 to Roxas. Okay. Okay, 12 incline.
Gosh.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Wow.
That one I don't know if
How do
it's
you
the
even
same
see-
Anonymous.
How do you even see 12?
So in chat I see
Yeah,
an
one.
anonymous user gifted a Tier 1 sub to Nightbot. In my
Oh, in the manager?
activity feed on OBS,
Okay.
I see gifted a 12-month. I think it also said like 12-month. I think it either said 12 months on screen or to the right. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It's coming up because someone just said Roxas Kingdom Hearts character. I saw a clip on Twitter today. Kingdom Come to Deliverance
Yes,
came
yes,
on. Or
yes.
Kingdom Come 2. And it was a clip of a guy, just a rabid Kingdom Hearts fan. He hears the word
Kingdom?
Kingdom come
Starts
from Jeff's
snapping at the
lips,
TV?
and he
Oh.
fucking like he come Deliverance 2, and he's just like deflates. He's like, man, you can't do that. But I know a lot of people, my brother included, they loved Kingdom Come because it's literally like a. Well,
Hi,
I guess we could just talk
Boboba.
about it now.
Thank you for stopping by.
It's basically like you are John Smith, guy in the medieval ages, and that's all it is. You're not extraterrestrial or anything. You know, no powers, no like crazy plot. You're just a dude sucking dick to the world. You know, you gotta take your fights one shoe at a time, and it's literally like any encounter that like involves combat, you could just get destroyed. It's like trying to level a warrior in Classic, basically,
that-
but a whole video game about it.
You're describing Kingdom Come Deliverance there? Or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Kingdom
okay.
Come. Yeah, it's Kingdom Come 2.
Yes.
But it looks super cool. A lot of people I know love it. People are excited for it. I think it's funny that Kingdom Hearts fans are so upset about it.
It's a sequel. It looks really cool. It looks like you start off. It looks like a fucking character development game, where your character starts as a fucking piece of shit, and grows the fuck up and matures by the end.
It was super cool.
Loxek? Please tell me how you want to say that name, because I'm lost at that one. And I'm like 12 incline, so I'm very quickly losing it. Hi, Loxek. I gotta go, but I want to say hi. Ohio fucking Gat Riz. For fuck's sake. After Battle Aces was Dune Awakening. It's the MMO.
Oh, this super interesting. Yeah, it's the MMO. But what they're doing is, this is for Dune fans. They specifically, when Paul Atreides gets up there, he's basically like, it's going alternate timeline from how Dune actually goes. Because Dune timeline is basically he becomes like a religious zealot, takes over the universe basically. But he's like, yo, that's super destructive and awful. I'm not gonna do that in the trailer. So it's basically gonna be like its own story for the MMO.
So-
it seems like.
I've seen that they're actually like taking religion out of the MMO. Like they're gonna downplay it a lot, which is like, I know a lot of Dune fans are upset
Well, because
about that.
That's like the
Yes.
entire point.
understandable, because like because Dune, the first one, to a degree, one of the messages is blind faith of religion is bad.
Yes.
Which you can't really adapt that to a video game.
Yeah.
I feel like, or at least it doesn't serve the gameplay in any meaningful way. People want to be in the desert, flying the copters around, shooting dudes. No one wants their hyper political, introspective. That no one wants that in an MMO. At least, maybe in a single player game. I don't think so in an MMO.
Thank you, Anon, for the 3 months of sub to Locksec. Do wiggle butt? We wiggled a bunch when we were on an elevator earlier. I gotta keep walking now.
And what's the point of putting the Dune logo on it in the first place?
It's just like the setting. I mean, the Dune setting, all aside, is very cool with the sandworms and the spice and all the stuff that comes with that. Very cool setting.
It works as like an RTS game.
I mean, so here's the thing.
Yeah, there was a Dune Spice. What the fuck was it called? There was a Dune RTS game.
They could absolutely have the Dune setting without it being Dune, but they get a lot of marketing traffic by having the Dune name on it. They want the setting.
Absolutely.
They don't want the religion. They don't particularly want the politics.
Dune 2000.
But they do want the the fan base of Dune.
Yeah.
After this was Wanderstomp. I don't know what to think about this trailer. Did you see this one?
It looked super. Yeah. It looked interesting. I'm like, oh, cute little T game, and then it got really fucking dark at the end. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it was like
it was a cozy little T game, and then the girl just started having like a fucking mental PSD breakdown, just like sitting in a garden with a cup of tea.
It's the creator of the Stanley Parable.
Average British experience.
Warrior Girl runs a tea shop, and she's like, I hate it. It's a bunch of tedious stuff that's easy, but I'm not patient. You gotta take care of the plants, water them. You gotta take care of the farm animals, clean the shop, serve the tea. It's not that hard, but it's a good life. I think about it and I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. And it's just like, whoa, girl, calm down. What the fuck? And she very specifically states she is a warrior. So it's like, okay, is that going to come into play? Is there like going to be combat and stuff? I assume so.
Don't know.
They didn't show any of
know
that
as of now.
They only showed the comfy parts. After that, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, action RPG sequel, Avenge Your Murdered Parents. You play as this fucking dickhole of a guy, and it seems like he grows up and matures a little bit, but like early on, you're just an asshole of a character. Can I scroll all the way down? I can. Wait, can I?
You're gonna have enough news for tomorrow, mister. We're definitely not finishing it today.
Oh, we're finishing today, just not while we're walking. Enoitra, the last song. This is a Souls-like. It looked really cool.
Looked neat.
So the big thing about this is that,
there was no gameplay.
There was no gameplay. But it had a really cool concept of, once you kill a boss, you can become that boss. And so,
yeah,
this ranger dude shows up, and he's fighting he's fighting this king with a spear. And he's losing, and then he switches to Jester with a hammer, and then he takes the mask off the king, and then the guards come in, and he is the king, and he walks out. That's a fun concept. But yeah, no gameplay.
A fun concept.
Very cool trailer. I like the concept, but same thing as the Aces combat or whatever. I'd like some gameplay. Watch Dune 2000. On TikTok? Oh, on TikTok. Okay. I was like, is that one word, huh? I'm happy. Good.
Yeah, that is one word.
Good job, Ellie. Oh my god, there are so many beans near you. How are you gonna pet all of them beans? When I stop walking. We're on 12 incline right now, Techno. The fucking fire alarm went off because something split in the oven last night. And no one knew? Oh god. That sucks. Body cam. Mission-based co-op FPS. Goal is Omega Hyper-Realism. Omega Hyper-Realism. You honestly could have shown me this and I was like, I can't tell if this is a game or not.
Yeah, because it's Unreal 5, that game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to commit war crimes and post it on Twitter.
It looks similar to the Delta Force thing of mission-based co-op, PvE, military gun game. Butthurt, I'm done. 12 Incline, Pogrinos. After that was Slitterhead, which is a fucking gross name. But Slitterhead was...
Another weird soul jumping game. That I was like, why are there so many games where you're like soul jumping between people?
Third-person action horror. Play as and fight monsters that mimic humans. So it's set in Hong Kong in the 90s. And like you play as a few characters that just possess the bodies of humans. And then like when it's time to fight, oh, your hands turn into like red claws or something. There's one guy who gets like a fucking Gatling gun arm or whatever. There's a guy that grows like a bone bat out of his hand. And his arms can be cut off and he'll like reattach them. And the monsters you're fighting are like, you have to track them down because they're humans at first, they're hiding. And then once you find them, you're like in a boss battle with them. Looks a little gross, but cool. Next was Palworld. This is the Tsukurajima update. New island, Japan theming, new pals, new raid, boss,
Seen it
stronghold,
before.
PvP.
Here it is again, but it's Summer
Yeah.
Game Fest.
Yeah. I didn't play enough Palworld. When I played it the first time, I played it in a weird way.
I didn't
so-
play enough either. Cause yeah.
I imagine
Go ahead.
when this update happens, Foss is gonna not run a server, but have access to a server, and I'll join him there.
I was in a position of I work a full-time job.
Yeah.
The neat friend got to max level, max upgraded our entire camp. Everything was max, but because of the way the progression works in Palworld, you still have to level up, even if your friend like maxed everything.
Yeah.
So, not great.
I feel like if you play with those
ahead.
people, you have to like limit them. You have to be like,
Yeah.
Go build
it's
a
the same
pretty
thing with
base.
Minecraft to a degree.
but like,
Well, it's like it's a brand new game. You don't
Yeah.
want to limit what people are. You know, if you're having
Oh, I
fun,
would.
I don't want to inhibit your fun.
I would 100% inhibit it. I'd be like, you can go do that, but
Never
not
mind.
on this server. Like, because like for you, your fun just got killed and you didn't get to play the game. So like,
Yeah, but I don't know. It's fun. I had fun while I had it. It's not a big deal for me. And my friends are having fun. They're having fun. So that's my take. It wasn't if someone has fun at the expense of me, but it's not inherently intentional, you know, it's just like out of ignorance or like I was having fun. I didn't think, oh, I'd outpace you and you wouldn't be able to catch up, sort of thing.
I mean,
as long as it's done out of
certainly.
ignorance, I don't mind.
yeah, if it's like, oh, this is how the system works, well, now it's, oh, dang. Would I limit day one? No, I'd probably play a lot day one. But I can't sustain day one playing for a week. And so, like, day two, I'd be like, hey, if you're going to play, just, like, decorate your base. Just, like, build a castle. Don't, like, actually increase your power. Or limit the hours to playing when I'm playing, right? But, like, I don't know. I've had this in Terraria where, like, I couldn't play all the time. And I get back on and somebody's been like, yeah, so I grinded a farm. I have literally every armor set and weapon in the game. I bet.
Hi, Bits.
I wanted to wait for you to get the dungeon chest, but, you know, I couldn't, so I went and killed that boss, and it's like, okay, dude. Alright. That shit sucks. Okay, because I promise I'm not waiting for anyone when Wild's Day 1 happens. When Wild happens, shit. I might stream our walk.
I'm gonna
And then just
I'm gonna have to
stream
take
it.
off work.
Yeah. I
I'm gonna
might,
have to take
like...
off work.
I hope that doesn't come out on a Tuesday, because, like, I can see myself streaming it or playing with somebody who's streaming it. I'm absolutely, like, gonna do nothing but Wilds when that comes out for 5 days straight. Next was Skate. Playtesting in fall 2024.
Got more skate.
Yay. We kind of talked about it already. Honkai Star Rail, Art of Dreaming. I don't know Honkai Star Rail at all. March has a new outfit and swords now. That's the best character, so
March
yippee!
well, that wasn't even in that. Yeah, March has a new outfit because we're going. But I can They're going back to Space China in 2.4, but essentially the Game Fest thing was just 2.3. They're showing the new version. They teased some stuff from the version after the new version. That's about it.
This is
Not-
why I
not
wanted you
too
here
much.
today. Because you know so much more
Oh,
about all
yeah.
this shit than me.
Yeah, no. They showed more Firefly stuff. That's exciting. I'm gonna have like 200 pulls for Firefly. If anyone does it, that's like $200-300 in currency probably. I'm dropping all on this girl when she comes out, so that'll be fun.
One of my
I'm
favorite-
Definitely gonna stream that.
One of my favorite jokes with Honkai is that, oh my god, guys. One of the characters is so pretty. I love her so much. I always forget her name. I think it's Firefly? She's not playable yet, right? I really want to roll in her banner. Don't tell me about what happens to her in the story. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. And everyone's just like, this is when everybody only knew about, like, her getting fucking murked. And so everybody's just like, oh no, Ewan. You wanna pick a
problem is-
different character?
The problem is like there's crazy leaks. Like if you get into the leaks, there's like leaks for like a year into the game's lifespan. Like a year from now, there's like leaks for it. But you have to dig super deep for it.
Well,
So everyone
yes.
knew already. Well, I knew.
Well, no.
I knew, but I'm not gonna spoil
Yeah.
the fun for everybody.
Most of the people that were like streaming this game, I would go into their chat and do
Do not
this,
know.
and they were like, "Oh no, Ewan doesn't know." There's not a different girl you really like, Ewan. We did 5.8 miles.
Are we done?
We done. That
Holy
was
shit.
the end of Terracar Forest. I am dripping in sweat. Oh wait, no.
Yo, my favorite.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna come over here.
So I'm
Switch it to
playing
local. And then I'm moving
My
from.
treadmills are turning off. Turn off, you bastard. Come on.
Oh, am I stuck? My camera is stuck on my hand. Where did I put my camera? Oh, it got unstuck here.
There you go. Now my treadmill's off. Okay.
Gonna rinse off and I'll be back in a bit. Okay. What video did we get? The Fields of Ruin? Sure. That was a Guild Wars video. Then we bring this over here. Okay. Update. This 5.8 miles, and now we rest. Done. And then you guys need music. Not that there's much music here.
You can't hear music in space.
Can you get your fucking alpaca ass out of the top border of my screen?
No,
Good lord.
fight me bits and zero-G gravity battle.
Skate 4 is the only thing I'm hella hyped for. Wilds is the thing I'm most hyped for. There are a few games I was fairly hyped for. Tears of Metal was the big one aside from Wilds. But like, if I had to pick one thing that was shown, it's Wilds, hands down. This is why Core bullies you. Core literally doesn't bully me. Rude Hoijan. We are gonna fix our tracking. Everybody look away. Oh god.
Here, it's okay. I'll block the camera. Hello, chat.
Hi, Carlos Luffy. Thank you for the follow.
I wanted to do the Mario thing.
What is going on with my
Is he done?
feed?
Oh, no.
Oh, you're
I'm back. Oh, hi, Pixel.
I just want to play with you.
One of my trackers is in the wrong
Oh,
spot.
my hair. You're playing with my dangly bit.
Yeah.
My right foot tracker.
Me? It's been like a week. What do you mean you haven't seen me in a while?
I'm seeing I'm s-
Avatars. Switch to Yuli Naku. Oh my god, I'm tired. That last vial was inclined. Oh, thank you, Anon. We got to play Tears together, Ewan? Hell yeah. Oh. Space.
Elon will free me one day.
No what?
Hmm?
No
He'll free me
what,
one day.
Master Vandalord?
Ow.
Alright, where are we going? Adding. We haven't gone to Sea Breeze in a while. Let's go there. Can I drop this portal? There we go. Portal. Ah. Oh, how many games are left? Oh god, there's so many games still. Hi, Sleepy. We did 5.8 miles. I gotta turn the sound down. I think A Wispy World is much louder than those other worlds. Where's my camera? There it is.
That is like the most awkward collider still. I hate that collider back there.
I agree.
Every time we sit here.
I love the view. I love the, like, ocean behind the couch, but... I also hate this fucking hold down on your right stick. I wish I could disable it. Oh, new outfit. Cairo got this outfit for the last time we had beach day.
Yeah. I need to do more outfits. I've been lazy. I've been streaming. I haven't been doing any kind of like avatar work.
It's kind of fun to see somebody like discover streaming and like have so much fun with it and be like, oh my god, it's all I want to do, and it's like, yeah, they're having fun. So I took a pic of it before and after plating. I don't know if it's just in general or neat stuff, which I doubt is. If I put it in neat stuff is anything that's like you'd want to share with people, but it's not a meme. So general is just like talking. Memes is like literal like jokes, memes, haha. And then neat stuff is just like you want to share like a link or an image. It goes in neat stuff. Stream the avatar work? They can't stream that.
Yeah, Roxas, I would love to stream the avatar work, but unfortunately, there's some bits that would come up a lot that I could not show.
You could stream that on
I could stream it to you on a different website. But not this website.
Or Green Twitch? I guess that's a thing now.
What is Green Twitch?
Kick.
It's the art
Oh,
version of
Kick?
it.
Wait.
No, the other one.
Are you saying Picarto?
What? What other one?
Yeah.
You can mention these websites. I'm just not allowed to be like, go follow me on Fancy, right? Like that's not a thing you're allowed to do. You're not allowed to advertise your stuff.
Feeling spiky TOS.
Hi, Verla Straza.
Nah.
PSA and Continent Doe not mean on the mainland. Yes. Wait, what? Never mind, I can't find the vid. Okay. All chats are meme chats. Person to the left, stop looking at me like you're making me act up. Hi, Feet-chan. Wait, we're breaking
Me?
TOS on the way. No, we're not. Yes, but we're not. We're not breaking TOS
Oh.
bits. We have more games to talk about. We got distracted. Sonic X Shadow Generations. You could tell I was tired in my notes at this point. I don't even know. A collection of games, but with Shadow.
I mean, it literally was just like Generations, but Shadows in it. Woo. I don't know. There's not really much to comment until the game comes out. Wow, it's your
My-
favorite Sonic levels again.
My
But like in
favorite,
HD.
My favorite Sonic character was Shadow because Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was my first game, and I'm just looking at that. And I'm like, wow, that really was just. I was that old when I discovered the Sonic series, wasn't I? Silver? I don't know. Silver's got a goofy looking head in my eyes. Not that like any of them don't have goofy looking heads now. It's the year of Shadow. After that was
They,
Monster
like,
Hunter
look the
Wilds.
same.
They showed 2 new monsters. Honestly, this trailer was a little disappointing to me. It didn't really show anything new other than the 2 monsters.
Yeah.
The monster one, which we got the name of, is a Balahara. These are the like 3 mouth things that like there's a swarm of them and they're jumping through the sand. The trailer at one point you get sucked into a hole and you tell your handler like get back, I'll handle this, and then you fight one of them one-on-one. This thing has a lot of implications. So one, its belly is resting on the ground, which to a normal person means fuck all. But to Monster Hunter fans, it's like, oh, its belly is resting on the ground. That means they can bring back Agnaktor and Lagiacrus. Oh my god! And like, so the belly resting on the ground is a reason they cited for not adding Lagiacrus in World, because they didn't know how to handle the physics of the belly like being on the ground. It just kept like twisting the model in ways that they couldn't fix with the engine for Monster Hunter World. With this game, it seems like it's fixed. So the potential for a lot of old monsters to come back is there. Most notably Lagiacrus, who is like a massive fan favorite for a lot of people, including myself. It also includes Agnaktor, which is like a fucking lava dolphin. He's the one that does the like beak snapping and then he shoots a lava laser across the map. Potentially those 2 could be in the game again. And then the other monster they shown is probably the flagship, but I don't think that's 100% confirmed. And it's a monster that has horns going to the sides, then they fold in and he shoots lightning like a fucking railgun. We don't have that one's name yet, but he looks cool. Knuckles is still the best Sonic character. Yeah, and unlike Sonic, he doesn't chuckle. Phantom Blade Zero. This looks like Bloodborne X Sekiro. It looks anime as fuck. The character was using a bunch of different weapons like katanas, tonfas, a spear, and they're just doing like fucking breakdancing moves while fighting. So it was this, Black Myth Wukong, and there was one other Souls like that I
At the very end, it was Kunitsugami.
yeah Kunitsugami. No, there was one more that I think I talked about already. This was the one that I was like, this one looks the best. I don't see it in my... I'm not gonna find it right away because there's so many things in my list. But of all the Souls-like games, this one looks the best to my eyes. Character movement were very Chinese martial art like. Looks like Magala. You know, I actually saw people saying that Icy Fire, where a lot of people were like, this looks like Gore Magala, and then a lot of other people were like, this looks nothing like Gore Magala. So Reddit is having that conversation right now. Alan Wake 2 official DLC today.
Yippee!
At some point, we're
The
gonna
second Ewan lets me go, I'm gonna drop my headset and go play.
literally at some point, I'm gonna say like, all right, Cairo, get the fuck out of here and go live. and then I'm just going to stall until you're live, and we're gonna raid you. That is the plan for today.
Okay.
A death in the red light.
I have a big question, actually, though. When I stream games like that, because I have an ultra wide, should I do it in 21 by 9 and just have the black bars at the top and the bottom, or should I limit my resolution to fit the screen, do you think?
So you are asking the wrong person there. I'm a like creative ideas guy, but when it comes to like actual technical shit, I need help. When we did Lethal Company on day 200, that was when I learned about bitrate, which was a thing I like heard about all the time.
Oh my gosh.
But they were like, "You're having bitrate issues." I was like, "Oh, am I?" And they're like, "Yeah, what is it set at?" And I was like, 2000. They were like, "What is wrong with you? Do you set it? Put it up." I was like, "Okay."
Oh yeah.
I
That's
am
fair.
not the person to ask for that. I can
might
give
shrink.
you.
I might shrink the window so people can see. It's okay. Yeah.
I can give you like a list of 20 people that are perfectly educated and well learned on that.
Well, it's because I have an ultra wide monitor, so it's. Do you think the black bars at the top and the bottom of the gameplay would affect your watching experience?
I would, yes.
Because I have
would
like
cut
the
those
wide
out.
monitor.
If
Okay.
so,
Fair enough.
OBS.
Yeah, I can do that.
OBS does have a fit to screen, and it will like adjust it, but I think that's a per game thing.
No,
where
I'm
it
not gonna
doesn't always
stretch it.
work.
That's gonna look really janky. So.
Still no Kazan the first Berserker news. We've gotten a lot of news recently. I don't think there would be any news to show at Summerfest. But we got news on it recently, Jan. That's how you do a reveal. Here's some new stuff for our games, and you can play it in 24 hours. Go. As sometimes. I mean, so like if it's a game that you've had your eye on for like 6 months, then yes, absolutely. Well, even then, I guess if it's a game that's been out and it's having DLC, yes, that's the right way to do it. If it's a new release, I would not do it that way for sure. A Death in the Red Light. This is where we get to the games where it's like they start going real fast. This was a 24-second trailer. This was a puzzle game with fucking green screen graphics. Like, it literally looked like a guy set up a green screen in his garage and, like, did an LA Noire cosplay, and, like, that's the aesthetic of the game. It's in Amsterdam. It's a puzzle mystery detective game. AIVI. This is Orcs Must Die. Orcs Must Die, Set Traps, Robot Waves. It is literally the exact same gameplay loop of Orcs Must Die. Pinball Spire. Think Jump King, but pinball themed. You control bumpers per screen.
God.
So it's literally like you're a pinball, and like you need to perfectly get it through the hole to go to the next stage or the next screen, and you control bumpers on that screen. I think you can also boost your pinball.
That looks like fun.
It looks
Yeah, I'm looking
cool.
at it right now.
Yeah.
If it's a rage bait game, probably not gonna play it. But
Doesn't look quite like a rage bait game. Like, it's not gonna be like what is it, Don't Give Up or Jump King? What is the one before Jump King?
There's a Bennett Foddy, fucking the guy in the pot. What the fuck is the name of it?
I'm forgetting the name of that game.
Getting Over It.
Getting Over It, yeah.
Getting Over It.
I don't think it's gonna be that rage baity. I still think those games are good. Low Fam is fucking, oh god. Don't get
There
Low
was the
Fam
one
talking
with
about those
Pythagoras
games.
recently with like the Pythagorean stone, and he's fucking like rolling it up the stupid hill. There was the jumping one,
The
where it was,
climbing
like the
one.
kid in like the shitty like 3D environment where he's like, you get a different rage bait flavor game for streamers every couple months.
If you enjoy those games, sure. I don't want to play those games.
I have no interest.
Forgotten Seas. Build a boat and sail looking for treasure, fight against other boats and like ship combat. I don't know. It looked interesting. Boat customization looked interesting, but like overall it's like it looks
Didn't you just play Sea of
lackluster
Thieves?
in every. Yeah, you could just play I mean-
is it one of those where it's like a new boat game? It's like a new game in a genre, but it's vastly like already outmatched by an existing title. So
mean,
it's
here's
like,
the
why would I play this?
I fucking hate Sea of Thieves because they don't have a PvE mode. Like, I want Sea of Thieves, but PvE so badly. And they're like, oh, we'll give you safer seas after 7 years. And it's like, okay, is there any drawbacks? Yeah, you can't do half the reputations, and you only get 10% of the earnings that you would get on standard. But it's
That's
PvE
upsetting.
mode.
What the heck?
Yeah, dude, I fuck it. Sea of Thieves gets me so mad. Cursed Dawn. Boomer shooter. Zombies and demons. Dynamic stages. I have already forgotten the aesthetics of this game, but Senral might like
That sounds cool.
it.
I like spooky boomer shooter.
Get your tentacles off my waifu. This is a shmup. 2D jetpack bullet hell. Looks silly, looks fun. The aesthetic was not quite as zany as Cuphead, but you know, it looks like along those lines.
Yeah.
Immortal Hunters, co-op RPG beat 'em up ? Combat looks.
I'm looking at the trailer right
jank as
now.
fuck.
You have the fucking Diablo hotbar with the orbs and everything. They just stole a Diablo hotbar.
Which game was this?
The Immortal Hunters, I'm looking at it right now. The health
Dude.
bar is like, it's like the action bar with like the 2 orbs with like the health and the mana on it.
The combat was crazy. So there were 4 characters that you could choose from. One of them is like a thief guy with like knife tonfas, and one of his attacks, he's literally just going like, but it's just like locked in place. It's like it follows your mouse, and it just looks so awkward.
It looks stiff.
It
It, looks
looks-
super stiff.
It looks beyond stiff. It's like so, I don't know. It has, the aesthetic is very similar to what is that game? Darkest Dungeon. But it's not turn-based.
Yeah, I can
but
see
like, I don't know. It just, the movement definitely looks like Darkest Dungeon, but it's not turn-based. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I see it and it's like, this could have absolutely amazing gameplay that makes up for how it looks. But just looking at this, that's jank AF. Blood Reaver, boomer shooter with demon hunter aesthetic, wave-based FPS. So this is like, you've got a hand crossbow, you've got a skull you're doing spells with. It's very much like the fucking demon
Oh, this
hunter,
looks
like
neat.
witch pin hat, what like you're playing as fucking Vala. It looks neat. Not my game for certain.
No, the tiny bit of gameplay, it kind of looks like, yeah, we made your Nazi zombies, but like PS1. Could be neat.
Chronomon. Somebody liked Pokemon. Somebody liked Stardew Valley. They combine the two where you're playing Stardew Valley and you have
Together
to
at last.
you have to build up a farm, and you have to the purpose of building up this farm is to have Pokemon to resist the oncoming empire or something. I don't know. It is literally like
What
Stardew
the-
Valley, and that you're fishing to get like food for your Chronomons that you build up and then go out and train them by fighting wild Chronomon to then be strong enough to fight the empire. It's literally like, what the fuck? But I mean, like, hey, if you like those 2 games, it's like, you know, this is a 6 of 10 game if you don't like these, but like, if those are your 2 favorite genres, you're fucking match made in heaven right now. Good night, but the sleep is like an hour you long. Sleep well, elder. Who you calling a pin hat? It was the Blood Reaver game? That's who I'm calling a pin hat. Okay, Yulin, honest opinion. Everholm. This game looks really interesting. This is one I meant to send to Core. You play as a girl with amnesia, but everybody in town seems to know what your goal is. You're looking for like your long lost sister. So like you're in this town, you've kind of just shown up here. You need to set up your home, and it's a bit of like crafting survival, kind of like the like social aspects of Cult of the Lamb. But then you need to go out and fight and like uncover secrets and solve mysteries and like fight stuff. But like,
That looks cute.
it's super cute looking. It's Skyrim is just bad?
Yeah, no, that's interesting.
Or do you think people telling you what to do made it bad? I think it aged in a way that it was fucking a masterpiece back then, and it's mid now. But it has such extensive mod support that people can very much enjoy it now. Playing it vanilla is like, this is a dated game, and it's very lacking in many aspects. But it has mods that just cover those weaknesses and make it that it's very enjoyable to this day. For me, it wasn't even that I didn't enjoy Skyrim, it was that I didn't enjoy streaming Skyrim. Why is Skyrim mentioned? Half paying attention? Feechan just asked. It is a game, I look at it the same as Ocarina of Time. I don't think it's aged super well. I think a lot of its systems just, you know, they were like innovative back then, but they've just been outscaled now. For its time, it was a masterpiece. It was like the future of gaming, ahead of its time. It changed the game. It was incredible. But now, I think it's you know, if you take it in isolation, it is lacking. I think if you take it the way I did trying to stream it, I was definitely feeling pressured and made it a very unenjoyable experience. I also did things wrong. I cared about like going to all the cities to plan out routes for the walking video. I was like, okay, we'll do this city to this city, then we'll do this city to this city.
Okay.
And that leveled me up. And so I got to like level 10 or 12 without improving my gear at all. I still don't even understand the gear in Skyrim. But like suddenly I'm seeing
funny.
like air elementals along the road, and like fighting them was just, I could fight them. I had put all my points in conjuring so I could summon like minions to do the shit for me. But it was like, oh, I'm gonna fight this thing. It's gonna take 3 minutes of kiting it and summoning minions as soon as that one dies. You went in with the sole intention of making walking videos? Not the sole intention, but that was definitely my focus. When it became like, I don't know what to do, I don't really want to do this, we'll just walk around and like focus on exploring. Because, you know, that's gonna be the best part of the game anyway. Not the combat, maybe the story, but that involves combat. But like clearly the world is pretty and neat, so let's just focus on that. And how can I explore the world and like accomplish something else? I can plan out the walking videos. That's why I focused so much on that. And then once I'd been to every city, we had 2 more hours to go, so it was like, well, I guess we'll do story now. But the story level scaled with me, so it was like, oh god. But no, for the most part, I only have positive things to say about Skyrim. Bye-bye, going to take a shower. Okay, Jan.
That's good. I don't like Skyrim.
Soul Quest. This was literally...
I just looked at this one. This one looked cute.
It's literally 20 seconds of a 2D side-scroller of a kick-ass girl with a sword. Very Devil May Cry
It just looks
combo.
like side-scroller 2D. Yeah. I was going to say DMC with the combos. With like, it literally has like the letter combo and everything.
That's it. That's what you got. Just 20 seconds of this girl
That's
kicking ass
it,
with a
yeah.
sword. Duel Link. What the fuck? I'm not even the one... This guy fucking loves Skyrim, and he's like, oh, I love Skyrim so much. And I'm like, I only have positive things to say about Skyrim. And Kairo's sitting here just
Wow.
like, I hate Skyrim. That game sucked. And like, I get smacked. God.
No. I'm not talking shit about Skyrim. For me, it was very much why would I play Skyrim when I could play hit game Fallout New Vegas? It's the same thing, but with guns.
That's not why.
Also
I
a
hate
better
you.
story, but that aside.
I've never played a Fallout game. The only Elder Scrolls game I've played is Skyrim. And that was literally
You can play
12 hours on
You
stream.
can play New Vegas. It's standalone.
Maybe eventually. That's years down the line. If I'm like, what do I make walking videos of now?
Oh, actually, that'd be great for walking videos. Now that I think about it.
It's heavily requested. Controllers are about dead and I need to eat. Okay, son.
I mean, in all
raise
realism, you would only need
yourself
to
up.
make one. Just make it from the start to New Vegas, and that would be like the walking video.
Son, you need to raise yourself up.
Bye bye, son.
Yeah, there we go. My beanbag was blocking me from putting my hand down to your head. Thank you for joining me. Have good noms. Dwelling.
Dueling.
War of the Nine.
I just looked it up. This looks like a fucking Unity test game. This doesn't even look like a game.
Power World, but turn-based. Creature Collector. It's literally, they saw Power World and was like, we gotta make one of those. But the spin is that it's turn-based. Maybe it's
This
interesting.
looks horrendous.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like I bought assets on the Unity store and I cobbled them together and made a shitty turn-based Pokemon system.
The Haunting of Joni Evers. First-person stroll player. I have never heard that term before, stroll player. But that's what the description said.
No.
I guess it's mostly
Let's
gonna
see
be
it.
like just a story. SCP Fragmented Minds. Action survival horror RPG. Setting is Mars.
Oh, what the fuck? There's an SCP game?
Yeah. It's, I don't know if it's
Oh.
that good, but it's SCP Fragmented Minds.
Oh, maybe.
Shoot on Sight.
We'll see.
Top-down corner shooter, co-op. They seem to, the trailer had a really strong focus on like playing the rebels or playing against the rebels. I don't know who the other side is that isn't rebels, but they mentioned it like 3 times. You know, pick your destiny, fight alongside the rebels or squash the rebellion. Choose to fight, you know, to support the rebellion or
Oh.
support those fighting against them. And I was just like, who are they fighting against? The not rebels. Or play with the rebels. Okay. Echoes of Plum Grove. This looks mid as fuck to me. This is a farm simulator.
What the hell is this? What is this fucking Paper Mario ass?
Farm, socialize, make friends,
You're like
cook crap,
colonizing. Oh.
forage, and uncover the secrets. But like, I don't know. I don't like these graphics for this style game. I just like
No.
it just felt off to me. Huntsville. Stuck in a ghost town in the Midwest. Build a farm and survive monsters. So like you
Minus 660 thumbs down on YouTube.
Oh god, is that the Plum Grove?
No. Huntsville.
Really? Why?
Walmart version of Hunt. Yeah, this just looks like Unity shit again. Just like imported into a game.
Dark Deity 2.
Yeah, asset flip Garba.
Turn-based hero builder.
Okay, Dark Deity.
Seems like backpack battles, but like it's not backpack battles. It's not like the, you know, putting stuff together like that, but it's like I don't know. Turn-based
What the
hero-
hell? There's Fire Emblem ass combat in this.
It honestly, this is a
And
game that like the
Dark
trailers were
Deity
going
2.
so fast. I'm like, I don't even remember the aesthetics of this now. I've already forgotten.
I'm
it.
looking at it. It has like all this turn-based stuff, and then the combat is just straight up the GBA Fire Emblem games. Like he does like the guy has like the cut in where he does like the hard cut and a zoom in of his face. It has like the hard cut like crit animation shit and everything. Is the same health bars? Okay.
I honestly regret spending 2 hours
I guess.
watching SGF. What? The moment I heard Plum, I was like, this is a farm sim, isn't it? Yeah. It showed a single game I want to see, and it only showed a trailer for 20 seconds. That we have already seen for. Yeah. G.I. Joe Wrath of Cobra. 2-person co-op beat 'em up. Just G.I. Joe theme, you're beat 'em up. The other ones looked better. Shrine's Legacy. RPG Maker 16-bit 2-player laws crawler. So Legend of Zelda, it's like it's like imagine Legend of Zelda but better graphics. I guess, you know, maybe Link's Awakening is a better way to say it. Imagine Link's Awakening but 2-person co-op. It's interesting.
It kind of reminds me of like Trials of Mana looking esque game.
it looks like it could be fun. It's not gonna be for me. I'm not gonna play it, but it didn't
Nah.
look bad. It didn't look like the Hauntsville slop or some of the other stuff that's just Unity
Yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah. It looks decent. Some people will like this for sure.
World of Football. Did you please tell me you saw the trailer for this one?
No, I opened it and I just see fucking coins running around. Is this like a football VR,
It's-
VR? What is this?
It's literally
Oh, it's Roombas?
it's FIFA, but they were like, man, animating all these characters running around and like that's really hard. Let's just replace them with fucking hockey pucks. It's literally
What the hell
like
is this?
it's
This
football.
is so stupid.
It's football, but you don't have a character. You have a fucking
It's
hockey puck that you
Roombas.
control.
You have a hockey puck. Oh, good lord.
Adventures Gambit. This is probably the worst trailer I saw. This one, it's Adventures Gambit, Dungeons of Fortune, naked muscly dudes that go through infinite dungeons, 1 to 3 players. The fucking trailer had first person.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, the fucking trailer had FPS issues. Like it had frame issues. It had frame drops, and everyone's like, if your trailer has frame problems, it's not fucking ready to show. What are you doing?
Animations are so broken too. What the?
Yeah, it looks. It looks bad.
Again with the dislike extension on YouTube. 85 likes, 1,400 dislikes. That's what I love about YouTube. Because, like, everyone uses that dislike extension, right, on YouTube. So if it has a bunch of thumbs down, you know it's bad. Because people went out of their way to say, yo, this is shit.
Cairn. This is a survival climbing game.
I'm very excited for this one.
Okay. So this
I was
is
very
one
hyped.
where
So-
like you gotta climb up. You actually, it seems like you have to control your arms and legs a bit. But the big thing about it is that you have to manage your resources. You literally have to like manage your condition. Oh god, where did it go in my notes? Manage resources and physical condition. Yeah, there's like, you know, you set up a base camp. So if you've ever seen the mountain climbers that literally like set up a tent connected to a hook on the side of the road or the side of the wall, it's got points like that. It's got points where you're walking down a path. It is not just like, here's your character fucking up the wall the whole time. It seems interesting, and it has, I don't know if it has much story, but it's like definitely a
It's gonna be
narrative.
solid.
It looks
So
good.
it's the people who made Fury and then Haven. It's the game bakers. So you know, even if it doesn't look like your thing, it's gonna be like crazy polished, and it'll probably offer you something like you didn't expect. So
All right, I gotta go make dinner.
I'm
Have a
looking
nice
forward to
day,
that one.
everyone. Always so much fun spending time in your stream. You always so many
Bye-bye.
cuties and fun. Bye, Baldier. Thank you for stopping by. Cairo a cutie. Yeland is okay. Yeah, I'm so happy Global has taken a liking to you. No, it's all about the llama main
Hi,
character.
Global.
He's an alpaca. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pedal Runner. Slice of life adventure as a delivery boy. Literally Pokemon, but just the bike part. Like they're playing Pokemon and got the bike, and they're just like, yo, I don't want to play the rest of the game. I just want to like go around on a bike and stuff.
Oh,
And so they made that the game. It's literally literally the Pokemon Game Boy graphics, but you're a delivery
It's
boy on a bike.
cute.
It's super cute. But it's funny to me because
this
like
is super cute.
you could show that to me and be like, this is not Pokemon, and I'd be like, what? It's not? Huh? Oh, I guess it isn't.
No, it's super cute. He did the Akira slide at his bike on the end for no fucking reason. That's that's cute, I guess.
Wait, the Mega Man games on Switch are the Game Boy games? I thought you were talking about NES and confused why they stopped at 5. I don't know if it was Game Boy or NES. What I do know is Mega Man 1 through 5 are going to be on the Switch Online shop. That's how I played Pokemon. Okay. Fatal Fury. Fatal Fury's getting a new game in
Oh, yeah.
2025.
The new Garo game is very cool. Yeah. So definitely coming into the new era, because after King of Fighters 13, SNK made 14, where they came into the 3D. game's kind of fugly. If I'm being totally honest, I played that game, but over time, like the games have just gotten better and better looking. And now Mai and Terry are getting in Street Fighters, so I feel like they're kind of coming back into the spotlight in a way. I mean, like Geese was in Tekken from King of Fighters, so I don't know. I'm not gonna play it. A lot of my fighting game nerd friends are probably gonna play it for a month or two and then drop it.
Yeah.
There are people who like this sort of thing.
Here's a big announcement. Cult of the Lamb, Unholy Alliance. As far as I know, this is just, you can now play 2-player co-op Cult of the Lamb. Which, fucking hell yeah, why not? Sounds great. Possessors, with the S in parentheses. 2D platformer. Creators of Hyperlight, Core is going to play this. I saw this and immediately sent her the trailer. It looks interesting. I don't know why it's called Possessors. I don't know if there's actually any possession thing in it, but I saw this and it was just like, this is just fucking very core coded. Oh my god, finally Cult of the Lamb sex update. No, they already had the sex update. They had the orgy ceremony in Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah.
Sex is now multiplayer. Tenjutsu. Top-down pixel
This one
beat 'em
looked
up.
cool.
This one looked good. It had a really fucking cool intro cutscene. I was like, god damn, this could be a fucking
it's like 80s anime.
Yeah, I was like, this could just be an anime. And then it went to the gameplay and I was like, oh, I'm less interested. Oh, it's still kind of good though. But like, the fucking intro was like, fuck as shit.
I mean, it's the people who made Dead Cells. If you like Dead Cells, you're probably gonna like this game.
Gotcha.
I mean, the genre is definitely different, but it's definitely, you know, it's like a studio style. I feel like carries over through all their titles.
I have no idea how to pronounce this one. I'm going to assume the P is silent. Skoji 83. Comic book styled FPS roguelike and open world apocalyptic city. Imagine like you're going around a city that's like post-apocalypse in a fucking hazmat suit. The graphics kind of look like Abiotic Factor. Yeah, it's kind of just like you're in a city, you're crafting survival horror stuff.
Looter shooter. Yippee.
Rosh Pit Champions 2. So apparently this is a Dota 2 mod that's getting its own game. Yay. If you've ever played Rosh Pit in Dota, this is fucking for you. Apparently it had like 30 champions as an RPG. And it's getting a whole game.
Oh. Yeah, I see a comment, the top comment from 50 minutes ago. You guys have no idea how fun the original is. It looks like shit, but like, don't sleep on this, trust me. There's a guy like shilling for the mod super hard in the comments, so it might look ugly, but I guess it might be super fun. Not my thing.
Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Top-down beat 'em up with cool fight mechanics. Main weapon is a yo-yo. So this one is a top-down beat 'em up, but it wasn't like just run up to the enemies and hit them. They were doing like wacky things to fight with. So like at one point, they shot a yo-yo, it bounces off the wall and then curves along 5 enemies in a path that was like, that was a weird like trajectory, but like they predicted it. It didn't seem like it was auto-aiming from one target to the next. It seemed like they did that, and so it showed a few weapons like that. It's a cool aesthetic. It's something that's not like just copy pasted from other stuff. It looks neat.
Yeah, it kind of looks like its own thing. It's very like Game Boy Zelda-esque, like GBA Zelda-esque, but it looks like its own thing. That's cool.
Yeah. Next is Chromagun 2, Die Hard, and Die is spelled D-Y-E. I saw this and I was like, this is Portal. This is literally just Portal, but different puzzles because you have a different portal gun. So if you have a portal gun, you've got a color gun. If you like Portal, you'll like this. First person puzzles, very Portal vibes.
Oh, the Stanley Parable narrator was at the end of the Chroma Gun 2 trailer, so
I didn't
might
even
be
catch
some
that.
crossover there.
Dragon is Dead. This is a game I've seen a lot of trailers for over the past year. Castlevania 2D action platformer. This is one of the prettiest pixel games I've seen. Even though it's like, you know, an ugly game. It's like that gruesome horror, like just, oh,
Yeah.
that's kind of gnarly to look at.
A little
But
gory.
It's so stylized and well drawn that you're like, this is like, I didn't know pixel graphics could be this pretty. This one looks really, really good. Oh, did that just actually add everyone? I don't know. I've never seen an at everyone in Twitch. The final season 3. It's the Weeb update. Yay.
Yeah. I had a friend that's like, oh, that looks neat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all. I'm like, do you play finals? I'm like, yep. I'm like, so as I looked at you, like, oh, it looks cool. I'm like,
it's-
all right.
The final
It's the
seems
finals,
like
but more, and they made it weeby.
The final seems like a fine game. It has a lot of like cool interactions with a lot of its systems. You know, I've seen a video of a guy like put down like a gravity lapse platform, and then like trick a guy into stepping on it, and then like pick up a fridge and put that on the gravity lapse thing. And then the guy's like up in the air, and the fridge just, you know, donk, and just lands on the guy and kills him. And it's like, that is fucking wacky. And like getting killed by that is fucking hell yeah. The problem is they used a lot of AI to make the finals. So like all the voices are AI generated, which is like, less cool. It's not like the worst thing in the world. Like, I don't think you're fucking a bad person if you use AI, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think they used AI in the cool way. I think they use it in a let's save some money way. Dark and Darker. The game's now on Steam. This poor game developer has been harassed horrendously by the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, Dark and Darker has been like absolutely struggling because for whatever reason they just earned the ire of some big company that's been trying to sue them into the ground. And they've had to like fight tooth and nail against these lawsuits. And like it's
what the hell?
It's bullshit
no
because
idea.
like all the stuff they use is like Unity store assets. But like some of the stuff on the Unity store assets was like some guy ripped it from a game and put it on the Unity store. And then the guy that made Dark and Darker, he got the asset. So then this game goes after the Dark and Darker guy. He's like, dude, I bought this on Unity store. What the fuck? And so like he replaced it and took it out of the game. But they're like, no, that's not enough. You got popular off of our assets. And he's just like, oh my god. And so like,
oh, that's a pain in the butt.
yeah, this guy has been going through it. But the game is finally on the Steam store. Good for him. It's a great game, and I've seen a lot of people have fun with it.
Oh yeah, no, I know of friends that are like, oh, you're playing this with me. I'm like, okay.
Deer Boy. So this is poetic cinematic platformer of a boy running away from his problems in reality with a deer. Like he just finds a baby deer and raises it, and it grows up alongside him as he goes through some puzzles.
And then it got like really trippy. Like it went like cosmic horror a little bit with some of the enemies. I was like, oh, this is gonna be like a really cute like coming of age story. You know, kind of like a Ori and the Blind Forest sort of thing. And then it just out of nowhere, just fucking cosmic deer.
I thought it was gonna be like like you could have put this in reality. Like he just has this deer, they're best buds. He finds, you know, how hard it is, you know, living on his own, scrounging for food. He has a scary experience of like, you know, almost dying. He thinks, you know, maybe I should go back to my family. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe the deer, like, I don't know. I was expecting something like that. And then suddenly cosmic warthog staring at you with the fucking like anime zoom in face where it's like, what the fuck is happening?
Glowing eyes. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
But it isn't their fault. Is it? No. So the Dark and Darker thing, I don't think they did anything wrong. They're just dealing with it. I'd have to read up on it again. As far as I know, he just didn't do anything wrong. He just made a game that's fun, but just pissed off the wrong people. You know what's great about that? It was his company for a game they scrapped. Oh, that sucks. Training emergency food Bambi. Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Single player action strategy. This seemed a bit Souls-like, but also like, you know, you have to manage troops and like positioning and like almost treat it like an RTS, but it's
it looks
Souls-like.
super cool.
Yeah, I don't think.
We'll have to see more.
Cool.
Oh, really?
No, not really. I saw it and I was just like, I don't know what's going on in this game, but it seems split across too many genres, and it doesn't seem like it does any of them well. Now, I could be wrong. I'd love to be wrong. I want this game to, you know, I want every game to pop off, except for the ones that, you know, don't deserve to. This game was pretty. I will give it that. It had an aesthetic that I liked.
The Capcom game, so
there was like one or two games that I was really excited for that I didn't move to the top, or move to the bottom. But here are the 3 games I was very excited for that I did. Stormforge. This is an open world survival crafting. It's honestly not that good looking, but like it just, I don't know, something about it was just like, I like the graphics of this. I like the cell shading and I like the characters that it looks like you're picking. So I like took note of this and wishlisted it. Motherfucking Civ 7. They gave us nothing. They showed zero gameplay. It is literally just the narrator talking for a minute and a half. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other fucking way. I'm so fucking excited for Civ 7.
I talked to someone about it last night. We both had the same experience where the opening shot is footprints in the sand. We're both like, Dune? It was me and another person's reaction.
That's really funny.
But then it went along. The second it hopped ages, I'm like, oh, this is like some Civ ass shit, isn't it? And then at the end, Civilization 7, like, oh, it's Civ, okay. Because that's the problem, is you never know if games like that, especially when they don't explicitly say, you're like, this could be Civ, this could be a Civ ripoff. I have no idea until they put the title on my face.
That's really funny that you could be like, oh, this is some Civ knockoff. It's gonna be bullshit. Just wait for Civ 7. Civ 7. It's like, oh, wait a minute.
Oh, whoops.
Well then.
No. I was thinking like it might be a knockoff, but then the trailer like had a couple of shots and it was like really well made. I'm like, oh, this actually just might be like a new Civ, because like the quality was so high.
So we've known Civ 7 is in the works. They actually announced like a couple months ago, like they're working on it and it's coming in the next year or two.
Oh, okay.
And so like it's been announced. This isn't like, you know, we didn't know if they were making it or not. It was just like, this was a broader announcement outside of like their Twitter. Like, unless you go to the subreddit for Civilization, you wouldn't have known about Civ 7. But now a lot of people know about it. The game I'm most excited for that was shown, aside from Monster Hunter Wilds, Tears of Metal. So this game, you play as this you play as this short fucking Scottish dude in a fucking hack and slash co-op roguelike. And I was like, holy shit, that is so many tags that I didn't know I wanted together.
It was super weird too, because I'm like, oh, it's like a really weird cel-shaded Scottish battle simulator. And then out of nowhere, it's just fighting like ethereal zombie dudes and Dark Souls ass looking monsters. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Okay.
I mean, just the fact of like a hack and slash. I haven't played a hack and slash in a long fucking time. But making it like, hey, co-op and roguelike, I was like, oh, I didn't know I needed this, but I want it so bad now.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to play Dynasty Warriors in a more like play with friends online type of manner. And so, like, I just never thought about that. And then seeing this game, I was like, oh god, I want this so bad.
I remember the second the first zombie showed up on screen, because Scottish, you think fighting with the English. I go, oh, the English, just as beautiful as I remember them.
That's funny. Yeah, those were all the games. The ones
They
I
look
was
cool,
most
yeah.
excited for: Towers of Metal, Civ 7, Stormforge, Monster Hunter Wilds. Was there another one that I was like really, really interested in? There was a few that I was interested in watching people play, like Everholm, and Possessors, I think was it, where I was like, I cannot wait to watch Core play these. But like, actually playing myself, I think it might have just been those 4. I really want to see Phantom Blade Zero. I want to see Koyo play that one. Oh, Power World I'm really excited for.
That'll be fun.
I don't really give a shit about Alan Wake 2. It's kind of spooky for me, but I have a really good friend who's like super mega excited for it, so we're gonna watch them play it later today. And then yeah, I think that was those 4 were the big ones. It wasn't shown at the Summer Games Festival. Summer Game Festival. God, I hate that there's no
I know,
S.
it sucks to
It's
say,
wrong.
right? It sucks.
If Stormgate was in that would round out my top 5, but a deep bathtub is too spooky for you. Yeah, maybe it is.
I know Era was also excited for Alan Wake, because I'm like, there he is, there's your man, there's Mr. Finland himself on stage, and Era's like, yeah!
That's funny. Yeah, those are the games I think. Maybe Dune Awakening. If Dune Awakening has cool walking videos I can make, and it's just a good MMO, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I think Monster Hunter Wilds, Civ 7, Tears of Metal, those are the 3. Those are the big ones for me from yesterday.
For me, Alan Wake, Metaphor, but it's like I already know about Metaphor, so it's like I wanna pick something new. But it's mostly just Alan Wake. Metaphor, definitely. I am excited for Monster Hunter. I really want to get in the Monster Hunter. I just think like World isn't a game to facilitate that for me right now.
Okay, so wait, have you played Monster Hunter games before?
I played 3 Ultimate on the 3DS, like halfway through.
Okay.
I played the Easter egg stuff in Metal Gear Peace Walker. You shoot Rathalos with a fucking M60 and rocket launchers.
I don't really have the time for it now. But if you wanted to get into Monster Hunter, I pride myself in like converting people into fucking passionate Monster Hunter fans.
I have so many friends that are like, you shouldn't have played Worlds, because it's like people that are gonna want me to play with a bunch of mods and stuff, and like, you should have just played Rise, because like that's just, they thought that would be a better introduction right now, like a reintroduction. They're like, just play Rise. World is too messy with like doing all the cutscene story stuff, and it's super disjointed.
Rise is fine. I think World would be a better start, and I could curate it. I could curate it and make it fun for you.
Curated.
You would mod me, and I would be telling half your chat to shut the fuck up and timing them out. Monster Hunter is one of those games where the fans get passionate, and they start getting real backseaty. They start getting like, you need to do this. And they're going to be like, you need to use this mod. And I'm going to be like, no, sit down. We're not doing that. And they're like, but I think it's better. I don't care what you think is better. We're doing it this way. It's, the fans get passionate. I've done it for Core. I've done it for Koyo. Where like, I got them into Monster Hunter. And like, both of them have been like, oh, I've tried to do it in the past. And I've been like, you let me handle this. And like, I let people join, but I don't let them carry, and I don't let them. So what people do is they will join, and they'll be like, "Look how strong I am! Look how cool my armor is!" And it's like, dude, don't carry, right? Don't fucking kill the monster to it. So they're like, okay,
don't do that.
And what they will do is, this is really stupid. They will switch to a support build, where they aren't trying to fight the monster. They're just trying to make you invulnerable. So like you get hit, they immediately heal you to full health.
Oh, that's also
Which
lame.
is like, yeah, it's like, I get that you're trying to be helpful, but like you don't understand that you're just completely removing them from the experience. What is the strong point of Monster
Yeah.
Hunter is that it makes you feel cool. And what I'm trying to do with new players is like fish for this moment of like get this person to feel cool. So like one of the earliest experiences people have is the monster does like a tail sweep, like, or a tail spin. They just spin around and they swing their tail. And you get hit by that, you roll around on the ground, you're like, oh, I got hit by that. But then, 30 seconds later, you see the monster duck their head down. You see they stick their tail up in the air and kind of wind it back like it's coming. And you're like, oh, I know exactly what he's going to do here. So instead of just running in and getting smacked, you run away. And then the monster, like, does this tail spin, completely whiffs. You run in and hit him, and, like, the perfect situation is he's at a stagger level that the monster then falls over. That makes you feel fucking cool. That makes you feel like you are learning the fights. You are learning, how these monsters move in, like, their tell signs. And you feel really fucking cool for having just caught that tell sign, moving out of his hit spot, moving out of his, like, hit swing, his hitbox, and then capitalizing on him whiffing. And it's just like, fuck yeah. It's this sense of like, this game is not just a gear check, it is actually like a knowledge check, and I feel really fucking cool for that.
Oh yeah.
It has moments like that, and like late game when you get like really good with some of the weapons, you can do some fucking insane stuff. I have a friend, Fusty Lugs, who she was a longsword player, and she was fighting an Uragan that has this big fucking like stone chin, and it like rears its head up in the air, and it slams its chin down like a fucking hammer. And what she did was she did a foresight slash, which basically dashes back 5 feet, and if the monster would have hit you, you then do a counter slash and move back 5 feet where you were, doing this really strong diagonal slice. And she sliced across the monster's face like that, basically damaging his chin and knocking him over with this really
That's cool.
like, it was literally just like, head goes up, she goes back, head goes down, she goes right into his head. It was like almost frame perfect, right? Damage him, the monster gets knocked over. She then does a like forward stab, which it's called the Helm Splitter, which if you connect with it, you then jump into the air and slash down, and does this super weeb anime slash where like a second later after you do the slash down, it does no damage, and then a second later, it does like 8 hits of and like,
Oh, that's super cool.
yeah. So like in the span of 3 seconds, head goes up, she goes back, head goes down, she slashes back into his chin, he falls over, stabs forward, goes up into the air, slashes down, and it was just like, that was the fucking coolest moment. If I did that, I would literally have to get up and pace my room, because I'd be like, oh my god, that was so fucking cool.
I nutted a little bit.
Yeah. And so like, Monster Hunter is a game that makes you have moments like that. It makes you feel cool. It has these moments of like, you learned, you increased your gear, but you also just learned how the monster moves, and now you are playing around it. And like, just that coupled with the ecology of like, there's like 200 different monsters and how they interact with each other and their environments. It's like, it's a really cool game, and players get fucking passionate about it. The problem is passionate fans just are fucking stupid. And they like, can I play with you? And I'll make it so you can't die. And it's like, you are taking away the best part of this game. Stop it. And so when I get people into the game, I very heavily watch what gear they're using. And so if somebody has like, if somebody's new and they have all rarity 2 gear, armor, charm, and weapon, I don't let anybody in the lobby have anything better than rarity 2. And if somebody does have better, I tell them to switch. And if they say it's just for defense, it's not going to affect it at all, I will literally kick them. Even if it's something that makes it so that you aren't getting hit, I want you to have the risk of dying. Because like, as a new player, you don't like the feeling of just being watched. You're there to play with your friends side by side. And like, one of the best things for a new player playing Monster Hunter is like, you're struggling, you're getting hit, but then you see your friend who's a veteran, and they've, downscaled their gear, they're just as squishy as you are, and they're learning a new weapon, so they're not like fucking dancing around the monster and doing crazy combos. They're getting smacked around just as much as you are. It puts them in a mood of like, I'm playing this with this friend. It's not just them watching me. And I very much, if people aren't playing this with the streamer, if they're not learning a new weapon, if they're not downscaled, if they're using things that are like, oh, this is just to make it so that I can't die, I'm like, then get out of here. Because Monster Hunter it's just a hard game to get into. It's very overwhelming and has so much stuff to it. And I'm trying to curate this perfect experience for new players. And I'm not gonna deal with people ruining it.
My friends are doing good. I think it was more so just the game systems of how like
There
you have to
is.
like join, and then the second you find the monster, oh okay, I can shoot the thing up, and then my friends can join.
Well, okay, so you don't have to shoot the thing up. I think your friends were just wrong on informing you how that works.
Or no, or they could probably just join you or whatever it was. They were just like, let me know the second you
Yes.
encounter the monster or whatever.
Okay, so
And
that's
then they
right.
would join.
You need to see
And so
the
I
cutscene.
think once I get out all of that, I'd almost like rather just play, and then we can just like retroactively go back after all the story stuff and just like kill the monsters and do
It's-
that.
It's not so bad when it's like, okay, I'll join as soon as you see the monster. Because that just puts like a minute delay on it. That's just like, okay, once you find it, then I
Yeah.
can get there. You got to fight it by yourself for a minute. But that's fine. The problem is when like, oh, I made a new character. So you got to see your cutscene. I got to see my cutscene. One of us has to leave and then join the other. That's when it's like,
Oh
this-
my gosh.
going through
Oh.
World for the first time like that was a
They just need to not do it. They just need to not do it in Wilds.
They fixed
They just
it.
need to get rid of that shit for Wilds.
They fixed it in Rise. In Rise, they didn't have that at all. It was so much better.
Okay, there you go. Well, that might be why my friend said to play Rise, because I was expressing frustration with that aspect.
I can see that. I do think World would overall be better still. Because, like, while it's annoying, once you understand how it works, it's not too bad to work around. And World is a prettier game. I think it has...
Oh, yeah.
The Rise story feels a little weird. And there's parts of it that are just... Like, dealing with rampages is kind of dumb. And so... I just feel like Rise is a great game. It's awesome. But World is just... It's World. It's better. It just is. It's also a bit more slow-paced. Rise can go a little fast. Boy, I hope Yulin doesn't show me how to play Monster Hunter. Yulin Pre-Pity. Or Preepty. I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, Global, there. Noted, Yulin's gonna time me out again. No, Icy Fire is gonna pay. Icy Fire is somebody that, like, I can
There you go,
trust
thank
to
you,
not
Pixel.
even check. Yulin preemptively, fuck you. Longsword users are trash since the weapon is broken due to the insane amount of counters and other bullshit it has. While people like me who use the Insect Glaive are the second coolest Chads, right behind SNS mains. I hate longsword users. Granted, it's nostalgia from Tri. In Monster Hunter Tri, there was a reason to hate them. Now I think they're fine. But I have this holdover hate from back then.
That's
Sound
funny.
like a fucking grandpa. Also, hi, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello,
You only need to see
welcome
the
back.
cutscene once. You can go back without a cutscene. Akashua, Icy, Huggles the Cutie Icy. I am ready to switch axe main and wilds. Lost One, you're familiar with Monster Hunter, right? One of the other thing I tell people new to Monster Hunter is don't play switch axe, don't play charge blade, don't play greatsword, don't play kid sect unless you play it the way I tell you to. Every other weapon is pretty easy to find something that's like a go-to bread and butter combo for the weapon and like rely on that. But those 4 weapons can get a little technical or require monster knowledge. And so I tell people not to start with them. Now, tragically, there's been like 3 motherfuckers that I'm like, don't play these weapons. And they're like, well, now I want to. And I'm like, why do you do this to yourself? You fucking dumbass. And every fucking time, they struggle for 5 hours. They're like, I'm just not liking the game. And I'm like, then switch weapons like I told you to, you fucker. And then they do. And they're like, oh, this weapon's way better. And it's like, why? What it? I'm gonna fucking. Oh, I smell burnt toast. I smell burnt toast. What weapon did Cairo use in World?
I was using Twin Blade or the Dual Blade, the two swords.
That's a good weapon to start
I was having fun, because that's why I played in 3 Ultimate. And you press the button and you get a little angry and you do the bigger moves.
You press the slashes, you do the slashes. It works. It's not like all right, charge your files. All right, now load your shield. Charge your files again. Okay, now load the axe. All right, charge your files again. Okay, now you can attack and use the files on attacks. It's none of that.
It's basically, I hit him with this. Oh, he has a lot of hit stun. I hit the thing where my guy does a bunch of slashes in a row because he's stuck in an animation. That's it.
I have
It's
to
fun
play the
though.
axe.
I like it.
Death is how I learn. That's tragic, Lost One. Because
Zoomies, yeah. That is what I love when you activate the thing and you like Naruto run with your little swords behind you. I like that. It's really cute.
Every other weapon users sees the monster with a head and tail. Longsword users sees the monster with 2 tails. God, longsword users that go to the head when there's like a hunting horn or a hammer is just like, can you fucking don't? God damn it. Longsword users are like by far the most popular weapon. When you look at like the breakdown of who uses what weapons, it's something like 40% or 35% of the player base mains a longsword, which for 14 weapons is like, that is way too fucking many people using longsword.
That's kind of crazy.
But it puts Capcom in this weird situation of like, okay, we've got a new game coming out. We need to give new stuff to each of the weapons. We got to give some real cool shit to longsword because that's literally going to affect a third of the player base. So they have to keep giving longsword cool shit, which keeps it popular. And it's just like
perpetuates the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's like lance, gun lance, hunting horn that are all like 1% of the player base.
They showed gun lance in the trailer and it looked really cool. Like where you were like mounted riding on your guy and you're like shooting at the monster while like riding on your dude around. That looked really cool.
That might have been heavy bowgun, but
Oh, I don't know what the heavy bowgun.
So okay, the heavy bowgun is just it's literal gun. Like the monster's 40 feet away, you can shoot them.
Then I think it was that.
The gun lance is like, imagine a fucking tower shield on your left hand, and imagine a fucking like
it was not that
really really thick lance in your right hand, but it's hollowed and it's got fucking cannon shells in it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the gun lance is like, it's an old weapon of Monster Hunter, and like everybody says the gun lance is super cool, and it's like, oh, so do you play it all? And they're like, no, I don't. It's you will meet gun lance players. I actually used to be a gun lance main. I don't play it as much now. Gun lance mains are one of those like you rarely see them, but when you do, you're like, oh shit, they're cool. And it is a cool weapon. You basically stab into the monster and then like detonate a shell in the monster. And so it's like poke, blast, poke, blast, poke, blast. And they have just a lot of just animation. So in Rise, they gave a move called Blast Dash, where you charge a shell and then aim it backwards, and it basically propels you 20 yards forward.
That's sick.
Yeah. And like, what was really funny, you could do it in the sky, right? And so they gave people in Rise the Palamute to move around fast. And then gun lance users are like, I ain't using no Palamute, that slows me down. And you just see them across the sky just just constantly chaining these like blast dashes.
That's funny.
A rocket across the fucking sky. Tower shield on your right. All the shields are on your right. Are they? I could have sworn they were on your left hand. Hunting horn just have to endure. Hammers have a golf swing specifically for longsword. I main insect glaive, but I also use charge blade, SNS, heavy bowgun, lance, and guns, and greatsword. I'm gonna get halfway through wilds and start struggling, while Yuli's gonna be the god gamer to carry us the rest of the way. Icy is going to carry my corpse through wilds. I mean, Core solo killed Safi Jiva with a min-max Gunlance build. Yeah, Core is... So I got Core into Monster Hunter. And she was like, I don't know what weapon to pick. Which one do you play? And I was like, I play Gunlance. And she's like, okay, I'm going to play Gunlance so you can teach me. I was like, okay, but you know, you should try the other weapons at some point. She never did. She just stuck with Gunlance, mastered it, got better than me at it, and it's just like, now she's just more... She's just, like, does more damage than me with my own weapon that I taught her how to play. And I'm just like, fucking, okay. Alright.
Oh, she's gamer.
I know she is. And sometimes it makes me feel bad when she picks... When I get her into a game and then she's better than me at it. She's did it with Monster Hunter. She's done it with Warframe. She's probably done it with some other game I got her to play. She does it often, okay? She's just a god gamer. We're at 4 hours. Go play Alan Wake.
You tell me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go let my pup out and all that, and then
Okay.
yeah, I'll hop on. Okay.
Thank you for
Bye
joining.
bye. Yeah.
Euland will never
Bye-bye,
teach anyone
Pixel.
Gunlance ever again.
Bye, Ellie. Have a good nap.
I will. I'll teach people Gunlance because I don't particularly play it as much
Bye.
myself. I'm in a weird position in Monster
I'm
Hunter.
gonna go do my best.
Mm.
Good job.
I'm in a weird spot for Monster Hunter where like there's no weapon that I feel like this is my main. There were times in the past where I was like, I am a greatsword. Nothing compares to my greatsword play. Or I'm a switch axe, or I'm a Gunlance. But like in Rise, I'm kind of at a point where I feel competent with switch axe. I feel competent with greatsword. I feel competent with insect glaive. I'm a little rusty with Gunlance. I'm a little rusty with hunting horn, but I could pick them up and like do well with them. But I don't have that like in World. I was a Gunlance player. I was a greatsword player. In Rise, I just feel like I've bounced around weapons too much. I'm like, there's no weapon that I'm just like, this is my best. I don't feel super goated with any weapon. Caveman hammer all the way. God, I can just see you and Proxy next to each other just sliding down a slope and just just in alternation. Just like Proxy, Sleepy. Proxy, Sleepy. Just fucking caveman unga bunga hammer bros. Don't worry, I'll never play video game. Gunlance is too extra for me. I prefer the simplicity of Lance. Well, here's the thing with Gunlance. I liked long ammo charge Gunlance in World, and they ruined that in Rise. In World, it was literally just like that was the gameplay of Gunlance. Hi, full. I mean, I learned tells pretty fast, so I will not get bodied too bad. But if I do, it's all part of the learning stuff. Like, that doesn't bug me. If you're good at picking up on tells and then, like, reading ahead of the monsters, you will do well with switch axe. Because the whole point of this weapon is knowing what's coming and dodging before it hits you. Hi. We've been talking about Summer Game Festival all day. Did you see anything you liked in that? Or did you watch it?
Haven't watched yet. I've been
sleeping?
very preoccupied. No,
Oh,
I've been
really?
at Ferality.
Oh.
The final IK thing was neat.
Cairo gone. I miss cat weapon. I also miss prowlers. That'd be really cool if they brought that back. It's kind of my problem with playing with new people and Yuli's idea of getting new people into Monster Hunter. I played all the weapons, so I can only go to the weapon I haven't touched in a while before muscle memory kicks in. I mean, that's fine, Icy Fire. At a certain point, you can kind of fake it. Like, you could play Sword and Shield and just, like, don't do perfect rushes. And limit yourself enough that you're not gonna be fucking, like, busted crazy strong, right? You could play Greatsword. And because it's multiplayer and the monster isn't constantly gonna look at you, you're not just gonna fucking decimate the monster in 5 minutes. Just, you know, don't try to fucking hard combo style on monsters. And you'll be fine. Also, I've said it on Twitter, but I'll say it on here too. But I truly think Wild Hearts Nodachi is just Monhun Greatsword, but better. I can't specifically explain it. You just have to experience it, especially with the Spring Karakuri. I have heard the same thing, Akashua. The Nodachi was the weapon I was most interested in with Wild Hearts, and then Wild Hearts just ended up not being allowed to, like, cook, and became a point of, like, unless this game goes on sale for $10, I'm not gonna play it. Because they let it sit there for 7 months with server stability issues, and then just didn't care. Hi, Tech. It's a cute Tech. Hi, Cuteful. We're starting next week, Tech, right? Not this week, but next Saturday. I think, yeah. I think all the Destiny gamers were too preoccupied this week.
I did not know this avatar blinked this much.
I didn't watch the Summer Games Festival when it was live. I watched it this morning when I woke up, and I took notes on every trailer that was shown, rightful? And I thought it was gonna be like 20, 25 games. It was like 60 games. It was so fucking many games, and it is the longest notes I have ever had in my notepad for a stream. And I was just like, oh my god, why? Oh my god, there's so many. Wild Hearts got better, but it's still not perfect. It got better, but the problem is it's too little too late. My understanding is that it still has some, like, hitching, and it still has, like, just not the best feel when playing because of server issues. And, like, everybody's written it off as, like, oh, it's got server stability issues and, you know, I'll never play it. Even if it ran, like, butter smooth. Even if they fixed everything, it's too little too late. And EA is just at this point said, yeah, fuck it, we're not even gonna try.
You know what Monster Hunter game still runs well and is still getting content updates?
Rise? Oh, Dauntless?
Yeah.
No, that game's dead. They have literally said they're not gonna do anything more for it full.
They have been, though.
Well, they're releasing the stuff that they had finished, but, like, they're done. They're not gonna do anything more. They might have, like, a year of stuff still, but, like, it has a finite amount of time left. Full's model is making the furry side of my heart go doki doki with his big booba MILF model. Full always has comfy, like, cuddle avatars. I play solo in Wild Hearts so I don't experience server bullshit. That's probably for the best. If they move Dauntless to Steam, I'll yoink it again. Full have mommy energy. I joined on Full the other day, and I just, Full was asleep, I just showed up and fell asleep. They had a friend with them that was also asleep, that was sometimes spinning in place. And after like an hour or two, it was like, alright, time to get up, bye. And they were both like, bye. And then I left. Seems like Elin just likes bursting Full's bubble. No, but I mean, Dauntless, they literally said we're discontinuing Dauntless. We're not going to work on it anymore. Is Cairo live yet? Not yet.
No, I'd say the biggest tragedy would be just the very very slow burn push away from Save the World.
Honestly, if Dauntless had come out 1 year sooner, it would have been fine. If they had come out before the Monster Hunter World announcement, that game would have done so much better. Because it would have built up a player base. But so much of the player base was like me in that it was just like, oh, I'm interested in this game because there's no PC Monster Hunter. And this will give me a PC Monster Hunter. And then because it wasn't out before Monster Hunter World got announced, it was like, I don't care about trying this because a year after it will be Monster Hunter World on PC. And so it's just like, why play Dauntless when the only reason I'm playing it is to play PC Monster Hunter? That was why I didn't play it. And I imagine there's a lot of people that had the same mindset as me there. Which is unfortunate. It looks like a great game. Dauntless is fun, but my slow net speed make it annoying for me to play. Also, axe tossing in Dauntless is so fucking dumb, but I loved it.
It's a really fun game, and surprisingly, like, a lot of the weapons may seem very like, oh, you can tie this to this weapon in Monster Hunter. But aside from maybe the sword, like the basic bitch sword, all of the weapons feel very unique and different from anything Monster Hunter. Like the chain blades you think would be very similar to dual blades, and in some cases, yeah, maybe with like its speed and all that. But the movesets that you do are very different. One that I think is very fun is the I forget what they're called, but they're force gauntlets. They're basically like they're your monk class. And they have a whole system where you get access to different attacks based on what buff charge you're up to. And so like you kind of have like your bread and butter. You do light heavy, and you get a buff that increases your speed and damage when you activate it. And then like your second one is a blinking charge attack. Like you'll blink forward 3 times and do a punch. And for the third charge, which is like your final combo thing, and if you have all 3 pieces, you'll do like this big slam on the ground that'll do shockwaves forward.
Hi, Sean.
And that one's really fun because like there's also different damage types that you can build for. There's break damage, and then there's just I think it's like either rend or basically like damage. And break damage is done better by certain classes. Like that'll cause part damage and make it so that area of the monster is a lot easier to hit easier to damage, because you'll get a damage bonus off of it, and you'll get extra part breaks or item drops for breaking those parts. And one that's similar to Insect Glaive, which is the lance, I'd say is a little bit harder to do, at least for me. It does crazy rend damage. Not as much part damage, but you can get a lot of like itch hole stick is that you want to sort of like make this mark on the creature, and then you tack that mark to get the rend damage stuff, and while the rend mark is up, you do like almost double damage to that area.
Axe is just
And then
Dauntless
there's the-
Greatsword. I was a Warpike main. Plus Dauntless has pistols and gauntlets. Also, why the fuck doesn't Monhun have gauntlets yet? Madge. I understand why Monhun is very slow to add weapons. Like, they didn't add any weapons in Gen 5. And the reason for that is there's been over 60 Monster Hunter games. And every game has added just a little bit to each weapon. They've had to do multiple, like, ability bloat prunings. Where, like, you know, oh, this game they had this combo. This game they had this. This game they had this. Oh, we've gotten to the point where there's too many things to do with each weapon. Simplify them down, but keep, you know, the core important stuff. And so, most of the 14 weapons have just gone through this cycle of they grow up to a point where they have too many stuff, and then they get trimmed down. And then they grow up again, and they get trimmed down. But they still have holdovers from, like, you know, the very beginning. And it's just, each weapon is just so complex. When somebody's new to Monster Hunter and you're like, all right, you got to play this weapon, you don't just like say, all right, just play it. It's like, hey, watch this 5-minute guide on playing this weapon, because it's real each weapon is real complex. Adding a new weapon with that level of complexity and depth to make it comparable to the existing 14 is really, really difficult. That's like... It's just difficult to do, to add a weapon that's that complex, and they haven't tried it in a while. Now, you know, they might, everybody's hopeful. They have existing weapons from Frontier that they could add. There is the Accelerator Axe, there is the Magnet Spike, there is the Knuckles and Tonfas, there's Prowlers. They have options. They could also just make new stuff. It's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know, it's probably on the back burner. Like, they'd love to, but it's not a top priority. I love...
Yeah. There was slight customization to builds too in in Dauntless. Like, it was mentioned before, axe throwing. Axe weapon is very similar to Greatsword in that it's like, it's the slow, like, heavy hitter. Like, you're gonna be hitting slow, moving slow, yada yada. How this game handles different movesets is that you can add in different attachments to your weapon. Like, there's like different cores or like a different handle. Sort of more like internally cosmetic bits rather than like externally cosmetic bits. And for some of these, they gave you different styles of attacks. And one of the really fun ones was changing one of your power attacks to you literally yeeting your weapon. And you would still have to like build up to be able to do that. But once you get to that point, Axe has a lot of break damage, a lot of stun potential, and one of the very fun things to do was, like, if one of the monsters was in the middle of a charge, or a really fun one was for the owl bear. When that thing starts doing its strafing runs and it's coming right at you, you just wind up and just go and smack it right in the face, and it stumbles and skids onto the ground and gives you time to attack it. And the other fun thing about it was that there was also a catch mechanic to it, because you're literally yeeting your weapon. You don't have a weapon once you throw it, and so if you hit the monster, it'll ricochet and bounce back a bit, and you can actually get a bonus. There's an extra skill or something, I can't remember what a part of it is. You can actually get a bonus to your damage for catching your axe. If you don't catch it, that's fine. You just have to run to where it's stuck in the ground and grab it again. The same applies to if you miss, it'll just lodge itself into the ground and you will have to run yourself over there and grab it, otherwise you're just kind of a sitting duck.
That's kind of neat. Hammer and GS and SNS are complex. LOL, what a meme. Akashua, I think you are so fucking dead wrong on that I'm like, what? Are you serious? For like, I don't know too much about Hammer, so I can't comment on that one. But Greatsword and SNS both have like multitudes of playstyles with multitudes of like trap moves that like you shouldn't be using. Greatsword in particular has the charge moves that you do that have shoulder tackling like components to like move through charging faster, slower, and like it's a whole weapon based on knowing what the monster is going to do before he does it. You also have a playstyle that is about crit draw, which is a completely different style. You also have a play style about doing no charging at all. Like, it has multiple builds and like a moveset of a bunch of moves. Like, to say it's overly simple, I'd say it's more simple than the other weapons. But it's a level of complexity that's, you know, even that you compare it to like most things in other games. There's a lot of moves to the Greatsword. The Sword and Shield, I think you're fucking insane for calling that simple. Because that has, like, one of the biggest movesets of all the weapons in the games that's like, alright, which 80% of the moves are you ignoring and which 20% are you focusing on based on your playstyle? Are you going to be trying to KO the monster? Or you need to be using the heavy forward attacks. Are you going to be doing an elemental setup? You need to be doing a lot of quick attacks, with one of your Wirebug skills and the twists move to reset your combo hits. Are you raw? You're going to be doing Unga Bunga push-ups and then punching down, as well as perfect rushes. Like, the Sword Shield is really complex. Greatsword is all about charging up for big hits. SS is all about chaining hits and timings. The Hammer is literally just bonk. Yeah, but you can say that about any weapon. Insect Glaive is just hit them with bug and hit them with spear. Oh, it's a fucking simple weapon. Light bowgun and heavy bowgun are just shoot monster. Like, you can word it that way, Akashua, but that's just saying it that way. AKA the easiest shit to do. If you think SNS is the easiest shit to do, you're fucking insane. Perfect rush in the middle of combat is something that a lot of people cannot do. If you think Greatsword is an easy weapon, yeah, it's easy to charge your skills, but you need monster knowledge. You need to, like, know when you can and can't do it, because it's less about knowing your weapon and more about knowing how you can use your weapon against this monster. If anything I would describe as simple in Monster Hunter, it's the bowguns, but even then, those have a shit ton of customization. Those have a shit ton of ammo types. Those have a shit ton of, like, range profiles and, like, oh god. I'm just waiting for Full to bite Yulin's head off. Full wouldn't do that. Easy to learn, hard to master, better. I feel like bowguns are the same thing as Greatsword and Hammer. They're like, what you actually do in combat is like, you press the fire button and it shoots the thing. But there's so many things to them. Like the parts that you use to augment them. The different ammo types, the different range values, the different like hit values based on the monster. There is a shit ton of information connected to the bowgun shot types, and I feel like it's the same for Hammer and Greatsword. I don't think they're that simple. I do recommend people start with Hammer. I think it's one of the easier weapons to start with because it's literally just, here's a bread and butter move of charging your hammer that you can move around while doing. Hit their head with this, and like that'll carry people far just learning Monster Hunter.
I'd say light bowgun is simple to learn, medium to master. It's a lot simpler to do compared to heavy. Heavy, there's a lot more that you can workaround, simply because you have a lot more ammo types that you have access to, as well as you have access to the shield mod. You can quite literally, if you decide to, you can go full aggro tank with heavy bowgun, and you will have as much defense and guard power as a gun lance. Maybe not as much as a lance, but you can have as much guard power and just like tanking ability as a lance, as a gunner.
How much complex knowledge do you need to beat a great Jagras? Pyro's up, by the way. I know. Thank you, though. You don't need complex knowledge to beat a great Jagras. You can play the game fucking wrong. The problem is, are you going to be learning at a rate as you're going through the game? So, like, one of the things about Greatsword is, because it's less about knowing what your weapon does, and more about knowing what the monster does, it's very difficult to be a new player learning what every monster does at a level more so than like a dual blades user has to learn. When people get into Monster Hunter, I tell them don't fucking start with Greatsword, Charge Blade, or Switch Axe. And the better weapons to start with would be dual blades, hammer, longsword, bow. Those I feel like are the good weapons to start with. Those are the ones that, like, they're simple enough, and I could see myself cutting longsword out of that. Those weapons are typically simple enough that, like, you can explain their core mechanic, and they're not going to have to worry too much about the weapon mechanics to do damage.
I'd say I'd put longsword under easy to pick up, difficult to master.
It's definitely difficult to master. But a lot of longsword is like, you need to be doing counter hits. You need to be doing like foresight slashes. You need to be doing the other counter they have. And like, I feel like that can be difficult for a new player to focus on that, because like a lot of the times they're not even going to see hits coming, let alone be able to anticipate them with a counter, right? And so the other thing about the longsword is that its damage, it has good damage, but to be doing really good damage, you need to have it, you need to have red status with it. You need to be hitting with your foresight slashes. Not foresight slash, you need to be hitting with your round slashes. And that can be difficult for a new player to maintain red status.
Oh.
What were you saying?
Orange status.
Good lord. I am starting Switch Axe, baby. I mean, if you've already played, that's fine. But like, if you're going into your first Monster Hunter game and you're like, I'm gonna play Switch Axe, you're gonna have a harder time than if you started with a different weapon. You know, keep longsword. As much as I keep annoyed by it, some players may just be better at counter hitting. Maybe. It's less about the counter hitting and more about maintaining your red status. That I can see being hard for a newer player. Switch Axe, baby. It's all about the Switch Axe. Let's go Switch Axe. Glad you know that you're...
I think, so... There is one weapon that I think fits into the niche of, like, simple to pick up and use, but very, very difficult to activate all of its little niches and complexities. And that I would say is Charge Blade.
Really?
Because you can... Yeah, Charge Blade is, like, to do the basic combo, very simple, very easy to pick up, and it just works.
Nah,
like, you don't... Well, that's easy, but it's really, you hit when your hits always bounce, stick it in the thing, good. When you want to do big hit, swap to axe mode, do swing, swing, boom.
So
And that's basic bread and butter charge blade.
here's why I disagree.
Where it gets complex. Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay, fine.
Where it gets a lot more complex is the smaller, intricate bits that you can do. You can supercharge the sword. You can supercharge the shield. Ultimate element discharge, UED, which is the big major like master move. I didn't know that existed in 4U. I didn't know that was a move that came like with the weapon's release. But I found eventually later on in like a move, not a showcase video, a hunt where someone was using the charge blade and they used a move that I had only seen in World. Like there's a lot of very, I won't say niche, but like small critical pieces that will completely enhance and make your entire like kit with charge blade so much better, almost by multitudes. But the charge blade itself, your basic bread and butter stuff that will just always work no matter how fancy or how unfancy you are with the weapon, is very simple, very easy to pick up and just use.
Here's why I disagree with you.
Because like,
with charge blade, to do good damage, you have to ramp it up. You have to hit with your sword, which does pitiful damage, and charge it. And to have good defense, you need to hit with your sword and charge your shield. Once you do that, then you can be doing good damage. And the thing about a new player is they're not going to have good uptime. This isn't like a target dummy where you're just standing next to it hitting it. A new player is going to be like staring at the monster for 10 seconds, running around, and then the monster is going to do an attack and they're not going to recognize they have time to run it. The monster is going to do another attack and they're going to be like, I don't know if I can run in, he seems really fast. And the monster is going to do a third attack and they're going to be like, okay, I haven't attacked in 10 seconds, I feel like I gotta go in. So the monster's going to do an attack, they're going to take advantage of that opportunity, maybe like some little pot shots in, and then go back to like running around. That, or they're just fucking swinging at the monster and getting hit because they don't know how to dodge or defend yet. If you just add downtime to every little thing, to every rotation, and anytime there's a weapon that's like, you need to do these steps to then do damage, those weapons fall off really, really hard when you start adding like basically skill increments of like, this player doesn't know what they're doing all the time. So like with the hammer, let's say the monster gives you 20 seconds and the person's attacking every 5 seconds, right? The hammer is going to do damage at 5 seconds. It's going to do damage at 5 seconds. It's going to do damage at 5 seconds. It's going to do damage at 5 seconds. Whereas like the charge blade, it's going to charge its sword at 5 seconds and charge its shield at 10 seconds and then do damage at 15 and 20. For a new player, just the lack of uptime on their attacks is really, really damning, and it's going to make all their hunts be 30 to 40 minutes long, which is not a good feel for a new player. Yes, the actual thing they do is simple. It's not that hard to hit the monster, charge your sword, hit the monster, charge your shield, hit the monster, do the bread and butter combo. You will get far with that. But it's an issue of uptime and having those extra steps, which don't last forever. These are like things that, have durations, right? So, you or me, where we know how to maximize uptime. Let's say we get a buff for a minute, we're going to hit that monster a shit ton in that minute. But a new player that's like, pussyfooting around the boss and not constantly hitting, they're going to hit it maybe not even half as much as us, and then spend more time reacquiring those buffs.
Well, so that's what I mean by complex, small intricacies. Is that like you don't need to charge the shield, you don't need to charge the blade. The only like your bread and butter is just hit until sword bounces to get max files, and then once you have max files, swap to axe mode and just do the basic 3-hit combo to just charge 3 of them, and that will just work. The extra complex like small intricacies, like charging the sword so that the basic sword attack does more damage, charging the shield so that your shield can at base block more things. Those are extra bonuses that will make your hunts go smoother or faster, as well as UED, which that will make your stuff go even faster because that's your big fuck you dick damage.
I mean, you said it just now.
But
your hunts go faster if you're doing that, and like.
Well, yeah, but that's gonna be the case for almost any weapon type that has smaller things. Like, I could almost say that Switch Axe itself has a bread and butter thing. Well, you're just you axe to charge the sword. Then once the sword is charged, you do the big swing hits, and maybe the explosion if you can hit that. But otherwise, like just hitting it, you're gonna be good. Like that's passable as you learn the weapon and learn monsters. Like you don't have to do full combo, full ability, everything. It's a weapon that'll do the job with very minimal effort because it has these simple, straightforward combos and things that allow you to just fight.
I just disagree. If you're not buffing your sword and shield, you're losing a lot of damage. And like the fact that your sword hits are going to be wet noodles just to build up to the big hits, I feel like that's not good for a new player. They're going to be whiffing a lot. They're going to be they're just going to be slowed down by it.
Well, that's what I'd say is the beauty of the Charge Blade, is that getting down this simple bread and butter stuff is because like one of your main things for Charge Blade is you want to keep files, because files are generally going to be where you do your big damage and get stuff to work. So if you nail down just that basic trying to have all 5 files up, and then after that just doing the basic 1, 2, 3, third hit is an extra explosion, like that'll carry you through the majority of your hunts from low to mid rank.
I think I just fundamentally disagree with you. I think we just have a difference of opinions here. Like, yes, that works, but like, so does doing nothing but dash attacks on the sword and shield. Like, a new player can absolutely kill anything in the game just doing lunge attacks with the sword and shield, but their hunts are going to be 30 to 40 minutes long, especially toward like high rank stuff. To go fast on a sword and shield, you need to be doing like unga bunga punch downs. You need to be doing perfect rushes. And I think that's just, you don't have that level if you just pick an easier weapon like the hammer. With the hammer, it's just, you fucking press the button to swing the hammer, and if you hit the head, you're going to kill the monster fast. And I think that's ideal for a new player. And because of that, you have to do this to then do this damage aspect of the charge blade, even when you ignore a lot of mechanics. I put that as a bad weapon for a new player.
I guess that's where we do difference is that I think it's excellent for the weapon because it gives you something to get used to and get down while you learn the weapon, and you can still be very effective with the weapon without having to do the major mechanics of it. That's why I think that I would say Charge Blade is something that's simple to pick up, hard to master because of how many small extra mechanics that further enhance your damage and gameplay once you get to the point of being able to pull them off.
I will say it's not super complex for a veteran player. It is, when you compare it to other weapons, I would never say the Charge Blade is simple. In any aspect, I'm just like, it's fucking radical in my mind to call it simple. Because when you compare it to other weapons, there's other things that are just way more simple. But like, so somebody like me, who's, I feel competent with about 8 weapons. I could pick up Charge Blade, start with your combo, and do well with it. And be like, oh, this thing that I'm doing really isn't that difficult. But for a new player, it is. And I think when I recommend Charge Blade to a new player, right, it's in the scope of how does it rank against the other weapons. This might be very doable, just rinse and repeat this bread and butter combo. But like, compared to other things as a whole, it's just, it has that delay of, you can't just do damage. You have to do this to then do damage. And for a new player, when you add increments of uptime, that is really, really bad. So like, let's say, let me try and put this in like, just timestamp terms. If you have the hammer, you have a big attack, you spend 3 seconds doing this big attack, you do 100 damage. Let's say with the Charge Blade, you do, 1 second attack, 1 second charge, 1 second follow-up, you've done 100 damage overall. It's done the same, right? They did the same over that time. But for each of those inputs, let's say you add just, for a new player, you just add time between them, where you add like 1 second each time. Well, for the hammer, you've got that 1 second uptime of just a new player hesitating, and then their 3 second hit sequence. But for the Charge Blade, you've got the 1 second delay, and then the charge hit. The 1 second delay, and then the actual charging. And then the 1 second delay, and then your actual big hit. What took the hammer 4 seconds, took the Charge Blade 6 seconds. And for a new player, you're just adding so much time to every hunt that I don't think it's good for them. That's what I really don't like with new players, is that the more steps you add to do damage, the worse it is for them. That's why I don't like them playing, I kind of don't like them playing Kinsect either, but there's a very specific way to play Kinsect with leveling that you can just fucking ignore essences and do that. I need to catch up on chat. Not to cut you off after I had my turn, but I need to catch up. Hold on 1 second.
It's... I suppose where I'm coming from is that it's a better weapon to be able to learn. Because, like...
You entertain chat for a
yeah,
minute. I need to get up for a second.
Okay. There are... Like, I will say, yeah, Yulen's correct. There are much simpler weapons where, like, the max amount of combos that you're going to be able to do is the simple combos that you just start with. ask about insect playstyle for beginners. So, I can't speak much for post world, or no, post 4 Ultimate playstyle for Insect Glaive, because the game it was introduced in, which was 4U, was kind of the only game that I really played it, and for that I say it runs into the same thing of you can have post 4U, you probably can also run into the same thing of Charge Blade, where like you have this bread and butter stuff, but in order to really maximize your stuff, to maximize your stuff, there's a lot more things that you'd have to work on. Like for 4U, like the main moves for Insect Glaive was like there wasn't a lot of aerial attacks. There was getting into the air and doing aerial attacks which would increase your chance of causing a mounting to happen, which would do a lot of damage. But like Insect Glaive in the game that it was introduced in, you spent most of your time on the floor. Whereas like with World, it was almost as if it completely changed to, if you're not in the air, you're dying.
No. What?
Well,
No.
If you're not in the air, you're not doing damage, kind of thing.
No. What? The
Where
opposite.
most of your...
Where did you get that?
That's all I've seen of World is like Insect Glavers are exclusively in the air.
Well, that's just because they...
and doing aerial damage.
Everybody that plays Insect Glaive plays it to be in the air, because they're like, oh, I want to play the aerial weapon. And then they find out it does, like, shit damage in the air. And, like, you should be on the ground if you want to do damage. The aerial stuff is basically, like, keep uptime on damage while dodging stuff. So, like, let's say the monster does a tail sweep. What you want to do is jump up into the air and, like, launch back. The monster does its attack and misses, and then you do your hit back into combat towards the monster, so that you hit the monster like 5 times, so that you're not just doing nothing. But like, if somebody stayed in the air the whole time and somebody stayed on the ground the whole time, the person on the ground is going to do like double the damage of the person in the air. They fixed that in Rise. In Rise, they were like, people like playing in the air, let's fucking get them in the air. But keeping the place on the ground. But like, in World, if I saw an Insect Glaive that exclusively stayed in the air, especially if like the monster fell down and then an Insect Glaive was like, time to get in the sky, I was like, they don't know how to play Insect Glaive.
Well, it's because the dive attack.
The dive
Because
attack
you do the aerial
fixed it
combo
a bit
and then
in Ice
the stab into the ground.
Mm-hmm. The dive attack made it better in Iceborne. Base World, it was like, if you were in the area, it was trash. It was still more damage to be on the ground, though. Charge Blade was my first weapon in World, and I didn't switch to Insect Glaive until I reached Teostra, Kushala Daora, and Veil Hazak. And I got pretty decent at it. But doing 20 plus steps just to do a single big hit got too annoying, to be honest. Yulin, what 2 weapons are you taking with you in Wild? Speed comes with time. I am probably most leaning toward Insect Glaive and Greatsword. I am probably thinking Insect Glaive while doing Greatsword specifically for monster wake-ups. So like, let's say the monster falls asleep. I would then switch to Greatsword, do a wake-up hit, and then switch to Insect Glaive. If they do a new weapon type, it has to interest me. If they did Knuckles, I'd be like, I don't fucking care. If they did Magnet Spike, I probably wouldn't care. If they did Accelerator Axe, maybe.
I could see myself really caring about that one. I'm gonna be using Insect Glaive and SNS. That's an interesting combo. I want to hear your reasoning for using those two together. I'll be using a bow. I'm committing to that being my ranged option. Okay, I'm back. I hear Monster Hunter talk. Yes. I like my big bonk. Okay, what about hammer then? Is that good for newer players? I highly recommend the hammer for new players. I put weapons into 3 categories. For new players, I would say start hammer, start dual blades, start bow, maybe lance. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Bow, hammer, longsword. Longsword is also a maybe. Longsword is like, if you're really good at counters, if you're just a counter player, I would go with it. But like, the thing with longsword is that trying to get a new player to maintain red status, if they're not able to do that, hunts can go a little long. The weapons I tell people not to start with is Greatsword, Charge Blade, and Switch Axe. And Kinsect, unless they have me literally sitting with them telling them how to do Kinsect. Because Kinsect in Rise has a very specific playstyle that's fucking phenomenal for leveling in the game. But outside of that, Kinsect is really, really bad to start a game with. Specifically because you don't have a Kinsect with speed, so collecting essence is an absolute nightmare. Every other weapon outside of those is like middle ground, where it's like, it's fine, but it's not like just like very forward. It's not detrimental, but it's not like, it's not gonna be super easy. So like hammer is a fantastic starting weapon. You can tell people, hold down the button to charge and hit the monster's face. Do that over and over. If you gotta dodge. And when the monster falls over, go to their head and just press the button fast. And like, that'll get you pretty fucking far with a hammer. They'll start adding new weapon combos and like new burst combos that'll make them do more. But like, those 2 hits of charge weapons to like do the like lunging strike and just the fucking donk when the monster's falling over, you will do well with that. I think hammer is I think it's one of the best starting weapons. Ewan going back to his roots with Greatsword. I wanna do everything I can to not play Greatsword. Game exploding 1 sec. Welcome back to Ewan. Jesus Monte. Oh, Ellie is gone to Dreamland. Ewan going back to his roots. If they add a new weapon, I'm absolutely grabbing it. Even if I hate the idea, I just want to try something new. Bow is nice. Yuki, I see. And my dumbass started with Switch Axe. And then you do the spinny spin in the air while the monster is stunned. And you get the big damage. The problem with Switch Axe is that Switch Axe has 2 forms, right? It has Axe form and it has Sword form. And they have very different roles. Sword form is, this is your damage. You do damage while in Sword form. Axe form is your defensive. It is mobile as fuck, but its damage is kind of lackluster. And so, for a new player, they're either not going to be doing damage, or they're not going to be doing, or they're going to be getting hit because they're not using their defensive properly. And typically, the way Switch Axe works is, you're next to the monster, you switch to sword mode, you're doing damage, and then you recognize, oh, the axe is getting up. He's gonna start, doing attacks. I need to switch to axe mode so that I have these long dodges. So I have these high iframe windows on my dodge, which comes with the axe. But they're not gonna do that. They're gonna stay in sword form, and they're gonna be like, oh, he's doing a tail sweep. They're gonna do a short hop with 14 iframes, which is like 1/5 of a second. And then they're just gonna fucking roll along the ground. You will see new players use the Switch Axe, and they will like just chug through 10 potions, 5 mega potions, and cart 2 times. And it's not good for new players because you have to think ahead to not get hit. The axe is mobile. I remember it being slow. It is incredibly slow in sword mode. In sword mode, you literally like
take half steps. Like if you move with the sword, I don't even think you take like full steps with each foot. It's like this, where it's like you're just keeping your stance. If you do a side hop, it's literally like a half-foot side hop with incredibly small amount of iframes. If you're in axe mode, you are fucking hauling. It's one of the fastest weapons with its weapon out. And its dodge is it is a like 3-yard roll. It's like you fucking leap with this thing. You go a long way. And it has a lot more iframes. It has like 40 iframes or something. It's almost a full second. Axe
I feel
mode,
like you got the weapons backwards.
you're gonna tell me that sword mode of Switch Axe is faster and more mobile than axe mode of Switch Axe? You think I got that backwards?
No, you were saying the sword was the slow one.
It is. That is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about greatsword. I'm not talking about like sword and shield or longsword. I'm saying the sword mode of Switch Axe is slow. The axe mode of Switch Axe is fast. I will bet money with anybody on this. I'm not talking about attack speed. I'm specifically talking about your mobility and movement. So another greatsword problem.
I can't remember.
Need to know the monster. It is very much a greatsword problem of you need to know the monster. If you don't know the monster with Switch Axe, you're going to get hit. Which is why, for a new player who's just learning, you know, the skill system, the button inputs, the movements, how monsters work in general, not just specific monster movesets, I tell them to stay the fuck away from Switch Axe. But Yuli, it looks cool. It does look cool. And like when you learn how to do a zero discharge, it looks really fucking cool. It's not a good starting weapon. It's just not. Icy Fire. You mentioned the what I have to say about Insect Glaive for new players, right? Oh, I just brought that fucking window next to me. Wrong dual blades. We still Axe baby. Let's go,
That's
Axe.
my cue.
You gotta head out.
Yep, next event is happening.
Okay, have fun.
The art of light and shading.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah. Oh.
Squish. Take care. So, the thing about Insect Glaive is, the thing about Insect Glaive is that it gets easier to use as you get better gear. Your insect has a speed stat, and you need to shoot your insect out at the enemy to collect essence and bring it back. So, when you have like max gear and you have like a level 19 speed Kinsect, that thing is a fucking bullet. That thing, noom, bites the enemy, noom, back to you, you've got your essence. You can do that in a second, and it's crazy fast. Hi, Logitech. You don't have that when you first start a game. When you first make a character, it is I think I've got my anchor is the world. That's why it's not going with me. When you first start a game of Monster Hunter and you make a new character and you've got fresh gear, you have a Kinsect that's like 1 stamina, 1 speed, 1 power. And so when you shoot that out to get essence, this thing moves at like 2 miles per hour. If a monster's like 40 feet away from you, it's like it takes 3 seconds to get to the monster, fight it, and then 3 seconds to get back. There's no monster in the game that stands still for 3 whole seconds. And so hitting the monster is a fucking challenge. But like getting the right essence is an even bigger challenge for the Insect Glaive. It's just it's a bad starting weapon. Correct? But when you're starting a game, you're fighting Great Jagras, does it need to be a bullet? It doesn't need to be, but like, it's still harder. And again, some more predicting. I see where this is going. It's not just predicting, it's like harder prediction, because it's like you're predicting a fucking 2 mile per hour bug. Not only this, but it goes back to my uptime thing, right? Let's say, you know, the insect glaive buffs last, they last 2 minutes. So far, I have a pretty fast Kinsect that also has 2 slots for the essence. Yeah, but that's not at the start of the game, right? Near the end, that should be fucking fine. But like, let's say Kinsect buffs last 2 minutes. Actually, let's say you don't have the skills. Let's say they last 1 minute. A veteran player, let's say they have a fucking zoomy Kinsect. They're gonna look at a monster. They're gonna shoot out their bug 1 second. It comes back to you. They've got a buff. They're gonna shoot out the bug, get the second buff, comes back. It's been like 4 seconds, so they got 2 buffs. They're gonna shoot out the bug a third time, get the right buff, bring it back. They have all 3 buffs for a minute, and now they're going to do damage for a minute, right? But a new player, it's gonna take them 3 seconds to get a buff and get it back to them if they're landing. It's gonna take them 6 seconds to get 1 buff, 18 seconds just to get all 3 buffs. And that's if they're landing. Remember, they don't have the bullets, so it's like they're going to be missing. So like if they hit, let's say they hit 50% of the time, will they spend 6 seconds, miss. 6 seconds, hit. 6 seconds, miss. 6 seconds, hit. 6 seconds, hit. This is 6 seconds times 5, 30 seconds on getting all their buffs. Now, the way Kinsect buffs work is that this then refreshes the duration of all of them. So now they have a minute of full buffs. But you just spent 30 seconds getting buffs, which took an endgame Kinsect 6 seconds. Don't you only need red for damage? Red gets more of a buff when it gets the others. And you want to, like, you should have all 3. Yes, you can kind of ignore the others compared to red. It's the most important one, but you should still have the others. Red is going to give you earplugs, which is good for damage. Oh, I'm back. My quest died. It was plugged in the wall, so I'm kind of confused on how it died. Oh. Maybe it wasn't fully plugged in. Maybe it was loose. There's just a lot of uptime lost with beginner Kinsects with their low speed. That's just going to add a lot of time to the hunt. And then also just, again, you have to do this thing to do damage. That's going to trap up new players. Red has earplugs? You willing to bet on that? No. I didn't say red has earplugs. I'm pretty sure orange has earplugs. Or all 3 of them have earplugs. I did not say red has earplugs, though. I said earplugs is good for damage, and you want it. I thought Ewan said when you have all. Here's the thing about Kinsect, though. In Rise, they added Kinsect styles. They added Assist, Powder, and Focus, which before, they just had Powder. I'm gaslighting, don't worry about it. With Powder, you want to put pheromones on the enemy, the monster, and then you want to do aerial attacks. And this will detonate powders, or you want to land and do the vacuum suck to blow up the powders. With Assist, you want to be on the ground as much as possible. And, Kairo's having trouble. You want to be on the ground as much as possible, and for every heavy attack you do, your Kinsect will do an extra hit, which adds a lot of extra damage. Focus is specifically for leveling Kinsects. What Focus does, not leveling Kinsects, but leveling in the game. What Focus does is every 6 seconds, your glaive will glow blue. When it glows blue, the next time you shoot out your Kinsect, it will do like 4 times damage and 5 times speed. It gets massive buffs. even if you have a 1-speed Kinsect, this thing will move as if it's a 20-speed Kinsect, like a fucking bullet. And that is what is so good about Focus. The other thing is just the damage of it. So, like, when you're going through the game and you have shit gear, your Kinsect damage is based on the Kinsect level of your glaive. So what you do is you put pheromones on your target. Specifically, you aim for its head. And you wait for your glaive to glow blue, and then you just shoot it out. And it'll hit for like 50 damage every 6 seconds, which in low rank is fucking bonkers. That's a lot of damage. And like, when I learned Insect Glaive in Rise, this was before Sunbreak, but going through Rise, I learned with the Focus Kinsect, I was killing monsters in like 5 minutes, which is really fucking fast for low rank and like without preset gear, like leveling gear, like, oh, I killed this monster, I built gloves and moved on to the next monster. That is how I would tell people to play Insect Glaive when they're starting out. Rise was a fast game in general, yeah. I don't think, I mean, I'm pretty sure every weapon could kill monsters in like 5 minutes. I felt like I wasn't doing that in World or 4 or any of the other Generations Ultimate. I mean, to be killing like fucking Rathian in 5 minutes is like, hot damn. All of that sounds hella technical. Okay, yes. So like, yes, it is technical, and why I would never be like, this is an easy go-to weapon to start with. But if you wanted to start with Insect Glaive, it's a lot more manageable than it was in past games. I could break it down to use a Focus Kinsect, put pheromones on the head, and then when your staff glows blue, shoot the Kinsect. That's a really easy combo. That's like all you gotta do. And like, you should be doing spear hits between that. That is an easy, you're not waiting on stuff to do damage. Well, except for the pheromone shot, you do kind of wait on that. I wouldn't consider it like the best starter weapon for sure. You know, I'd still put dual blades, hammer, bow, longsword. I would put those above. Mate, where would we put Lance? I feel like Lance. The thing about Lance is that what makes it good is high uptime. It never hits crazy hard, but it hits decently hard enough. But the thing is, it's unshakable. It's always hitting. I feel like I can't put it in the like easy mode tier, because even though it's like very defensive and you're not gonna die with it, and it has very easy combos, it does so low damage unless you know how to do a lot of the movement stuff, unless you know how to do a lot of the movement tech. I feel like I just can't put it in the easy to learn weapon category. God, I really wanted to raid Cairo, but I think they're just struggling. I think they've tried to restart their computer like twice now. Oh, are they live again? They are. Should be fixed? Okay. Okay. Lance is absolutely Chad mode, just not so flashy, which is what draws people to Monster Hunter. Yeah. I mean, there's moments where, like, Lance feels really fucking cool. The Clutch Claw did a lot for the Lance, and we're like, you know, Diablos charges you, you fucking block it, jump off to the side, and then Clutch Claw to its face, and then, like, slash out of its eye socket. That shit was awesome. But they needed some cooler stuff. They needed, like, a drill slash charge or something. Or, I don't know. They just needed just more. But okay. Cairo is live. Cairo is live. There's people over at the house, and I'm like, okay, I don't really want to be streaming while people are here. Apparently the guy's here to look at the Radon stuff. We're gonna go to Cairo. Cairo's gonna play the DLC for Alan Wake.
Where are we going? We're going up the stairs here. Behavior. Look at me. This is cool. Okay. Least played weapon in Sunbreak. Thanks for the stream, you. Sorry for dipping on you unintentionally. That's fine, Pixel. You don't have to apologize to streamers. Audio ceiling. Okay. God, we had a long stream today. 5 hours? I almost never go that long. There's the socials. Flash Raid, Cairo, Rick. Got the O name, right? Yeah. This is Cairo. They were walking with us for most of the day. They had their own treadmill, and they were bouncing off stuff from Summer Games Fest with us. They're playing Alan Wake 2 DLC. They were very excited for this game. Bye-bye Unknown. Thank you for the stream. Was comfy. And at the same time, I feel rude for it being abrupt. Pixel, it is absolutely fine. I know there's people that just, they leave when they leave. And I don't know. I'm just happy every time you're here. But, yeah, let's go hang out with Cairo. I am fucking tired. Thank you, Anon, if you're still here for all the gift subs. I greatly appreciate it. I love you. Bye.